All right, guys. Today is the day. Today is CPI inflation report dropping. You see, the market is actually moving up a little bit in pre-market, although a really, really red day yesterday. Even though we had a red day yesterday, it wasn't like we crashed. We still got a lot of time to potentially, hopefully, rebound here. We'll see if we actually do or not. The actual CPI report drops at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. We'll see what we get on that. Should be a fun day, man. Biggest day of the month by far. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel, DD, DS, Hassan, Diogo, Adida, Whack, Moose, Steven. What's up, team? All right, guys. Let me know what you guys think. What do y'all think the inflation report is going to come out as? We're also going to do a poll here, as we always do on this. What do you guys think the inflation report is going to show? That's going to be the question. What will today's inflation report show? We're going to do below 7.9%. Better than expected. 8% as expected. Or over 8% worse than expected. Vote on the poll. Let us know what you guys think. We're also going to do a poll on Twitter, as we always do. Also, do me a favor, hit that like button if you haven't already, guys. We certainly appreciate it. We're going to do our Twitter poll. Same question is going to be on our Twitter poll. All right, guys, we got this poll going on. We already got, 40 plus votes on this poll. It's like 6 a.m. this morning. 30% of you think below 7.9%, better than expected. 49%, basically half of you all that voted think we're going to come in hot, worse than expected at over 8%. Only about 20 of you think that we're going to come in as expected at 8%. So, again, we'll see if we show anything. You can also vote on Twitter, same poll, if you want to let your voice be heard here. No, I don't mind crypto. Currently in this market right now, it's not really profitable to do so. I don't have any mining rigs or anything like that. I never have. Just not really, not really my thing. I've never been into mining crypto. Like, in my opinion, mining crypto doesn't make too much sense. The risk reward's not really there. Mostly because, like, okay, you can mine crypto and get like slightly cheaper prices, or you could just buy the crypto that you believe in. You know what I mean? Like, anybody that mined crypto over the last year has lost money. Everybody that mined crypto over the last year has lost money. Look at the miners themselves. There's a couple publicly listed miners like Mara, Riot, Blockchain. They're not doing that hot over the last year. So mining is not really a profitable business right now. especially after the ETH merge. ETH is one of the cryptos I believe in the most. And yeah, the market's open tomorrow. It's Friday, John. If the CPI report comes in high, do you think it's better to grab stocks right away as the info drops or let the stocks bleed out through the day? I would probably let them bleed out myself personally, but I'm not sure what you should do. Who knows how the market's going to react? Yeah, all good, John. Yeah, today's going to be a crazy day. This is our largest stream we ever do. The last one we had like 4,000 plus people here live. We got like 40,000 views. So it's a biggest stream of the day. It's the biggest stream of the month by far. As you can see here, it's 6:15 right now, 6:16, and we got 140 people here. So yeah, it'll be big. Let's see how we go. Yeah, market's in chaos here. Absolute chaos. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time is when the market comes out, guys. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Let me know what you guys' plan is. Are you shorting? Are you going long? All right, CPI is expected to come in. We'll talk about it. CPI is expected to come in here at 8% is what I'm seeing on most of the platforms. I'm looking at 8%. Some had 7.9%, but on the year, anywhere between 7.9 to 8%. Most of the time, just to put it out there, most of the time when we look at CPI, they base it off of the yearly CPI report. And so again, expectations for most players here are 8%. Monthly CPI is expected to come in at 0.6%. Last time it was 0.4%. Core CPI, which is also very relevant, is actually going to be dropping. Or their expectations are dropping. Last time we came in at 0.6% for core CPI month over month. This time they're expecting 0.5%. We're also dropping by 0.1% on the yearly core CPI, which is excluding energy and food. Yearly CPI, excluding energy and food, is expectations are at 6.5%. Last time was at 6.6%. We also have the core CPI index. Last time was 298.66. Jobless claims also dropped today. So jobless claims also dropped today. That'll be big, but not as big as this. Yeah, this will be crazy. Yeah, monetization's on. I'm a buyer. Layoffs are ramping up. Yeah, but that might be good for inflation. I don't know. I think the only way you can try to judge this is what has prices looked like in your area lately. Stablecoin USDD loses peg. It is now trading at 97 cents. Yeah, the crypto market, man, is in freaking turmoil right now. We're looking at USDT. I think that's the biggest risk in crypto. USDC, USDT. If they lose their peg, that's bad. Oh, man. And they did lose their peg. USDT just dropped down to 99 cents. Wow. Yeah, honestly, this whole FTX debacle is terrible. Terrible for crypto, man. Absolutely horrible. Um, Basically, FTX is one of the largest crypto exchanges in the world. It's one of the top, genuinely saying it's one of the top three. They have frozen withdrawals, and FTX is seeking emergency funding to meet withdrawal requests, saying it has a shortfall of $8 billion, bro. $8 billion of people money. They don't have $8 billion of people's money, and they frozen withdrawals. It's just chaotic. It's terrible for people, man. Again, I've never used FTX. I don't know if I'm just lucky in that regard. I've never really used FTX, um, you know, and in hindsight, I'm glad I didn't. Binance isn't available in my area, so I can't really use that either. Most of the time, I use some of these obscure funds or these obscure exchanges. Yeah, did we get a super chat? What are you asking about, a super chat? What's up, Muhammad? What's up, man? What about super chat, bro? Going long today. Yesterday was so brutal. I'm going, the pain is baked in for today. Yeah, me too. It's gonna be a crazy day though, bro. We don't really know. What's your take on yearly CPI? I don't know, man. Don't you have that option? Yeah, we got a super chat option. Click the money sign underneath the chat. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Pawn? Hey, thank you, Ryan. One year ago today, Bitcoin reached an all-time high of 69,044. FTX is getting investigated by the SEC. All right, guys. SPY moving up, though. Look at the SPY. Just broke pre-market highs up here. It's up to 375.60s now. 375.60s on the SPY. Broke highs just now, team. I'd never heard of it. Never heard of 10 up coin. Never heard of it, brother. I mean, definitely some stuff is baked in for sure. Whack. Some stuff is always baked in. To what degree are people priced into things? We don't know. You know, baked in just means priced in. It's all the same thing. And certainly sometimes stuff is baked in or priced in or however you want to put it. But again, to what degree, we're not sure. We're not sure. All right, guys. So again, SPY just broke highs. We're at 375.50s. No more big dumps. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely agree. Sick. I mean, I tend to agree, man. Listen, there's smart things to do with your money and there's dumb things to do with your money. Okay, if you've got $500 million, okay, you should never be putting that money in crypto, bro. That's greedy, man. Like, you get $500 million, you need to diversify a mix of basically stocks, real estate, treasury, bonds, and that's it. Essentially, you need to just sit on that and just let your money. Like, if I had $500 million or $500 million, I would diversify very well into only the largest blue chip companies in the world, and I'd buy basically either that or just an exchange traded fund with some of it. I'd put a lot of it in bonds, to be honest. And I'd probably buy real estate with it and then just sit. Real estate can be beneficial for a lot of different reasons. The main reason, and I want you guys to understand this right now, real estate is beneficial because it's not about appreciating in real estate. Like, your real estate doesn't appreciate. The reason the wealthy buy real estate is because your dollar depreciates, right? When your dollar depreciates, when your dollar is worth less, your debt is worth less. So your debt depreciates by owning real estate. And, if you have a rental property, you can basically have your tenants pay that debt anyway. And so if you've got that type of money, like $500 million, crypto is one of the most volatile trading instruments there is. You should never be sticking it all in there. That's a pretty dumb move in my opinion. And I like crypto. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. No, if I had Sam Bankman-Fried's billions, I would not be playing around in crypto, bro. Again, people get on that. They want to rule the world is what happens in that regard, right? Like, they get all that money and they want to rule the world. What happens a lot of the time is they just end up losing everything because of that greed. And that's kind of what FTX happened. All right, guys. And again, the real scary part of this FTX debacle is that Almeida Research bought up and acquired 70% of Tether, 70% of USDT. Okay, so this could get real bad real quick in crypto. I'm telling you guys, man. Like I told people before, like I made a post yesterday. All right, I made a post yesterday on my Twitter account, and I said what I said is absolutely true. I made this post before, like days ago. Okay, because it's 100% true, and people are just now really starting to realize that it's true. Okay, what I said is that everybody poking fun at Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX must not understand how much this will hurt crypto. I am pretty flat in all until the bull run starts, when and if. And so for those holding, it is probably going to get worse when Binance backs out of the non-binding deal. And I told people this a day ago before the announcement happened. I'm going to retweet this just so people can see. I'm going to share it again on my page if you guys want to see it. You can follow me on Twitter at twitter.com or /beginner trades. And again, I tried to tell you, bro, I called this. I've been telling people that CZ was not going to go through with this deal. A freaking non-binding letter of intent means jack-ish. Okay, it means nothing. A non-binding letter of intent, bro. And these are two like competitors that dislike each other. Just to put it into perspective, right? These are two competitors that dislike each other. A non-binding letter of intent meant nothing. And I told you guys he was going to back out. And when he did, it's going to be terrible for crypto. And now we're just now seeing the start of that. Tether coin has completely depegged from the US dollar. All right. and so it's getting rough out there. We'll see how it drags the stock market down. Today, we do have the inflation report dropping at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. The inflation report does drop today at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. CPI, while a lot of people argue it's not really what the Fed uses to get their data regarding inflation, it is the most widely looked at inflationary metric there is. It is what most people look at. It certainly evokes the strongest reaction relative to all the other inflationary metrics. And because of that, we're going to keep a keen eye on that today. We'll see what happens. Again, you can vote in the poll. Let me know what you guys think. Oh yeah, USDT is depegged right now. Yeah, I don't know what other stablecoin. I'm not going to tell you guys what stablecoin to put you guys money in. I think Binance is at risk here. I think this is going to hurt Binance. I think what CZ just did is terrible for crypto. It's going to hurt himself to a certain extent. But to what degrees, we're not sure. Hey, thank you, Ryan. Hey. Hey, DS, you're on that, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, bro. All right, guys. Dollar index just popped up. SPY might be moving up here. We got 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. It's 6:30 right now. We got 2 hours before the craziness starts. All right, guys. This will be crazy, man. All right, guys. Dollar index popping up a little bit. Kiji, you don't know what you're talking about, brother. Sorry, man. But yeah, you might want to look up what CPI is, dude, before you start yelling stuff in chat. K is sitting over here. Why is over 8% worse? That means it beats the expected 8%. Hey, man, you might want to look up what CPI means, bro, before you start yelling on chat, dude. It's all good. I mean, I'm not saying, it is what it is. Look, I'll explain it to you in an easy to understand way, okay? Since you don't know what you must not understand what CPI is. CPI is Consumer Price Index here, sir. Okay, so what CPI actually is a gauge on what our current prices are. And so higher than expected means prices are higher than expected, which means that inflation is worse, which will cause a big negative reaction in stocks and crypto, which is not really good right now. And so higher CPI is worse, lower CPI is better. It's prices. So inflation is terrible right now. Inflation is causing turmoil in the economy. And so a higher than expected reading here means that prices are higher or prices are worse. They're higher than expected. Inflation is worse. Okay, so understand that, sir. I didn't call him out. I just told him the truth. But I mean, honestly, if he says the same thing like 2, 3, 4 times, I mean, it's kind of justifiable, I think. 6% CPI yearly, Cade? I would love that, but that ain't happening. All right, guys. We're pretty flat here ahead of this. Big red day yesterday in markets. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah. I'm not gonna put my money into any stable coin right now. I don't know if that's the right move. Honestly, with how much cash has been gaining value, to be honest, I'm not gonna tell you to sit on cash, but I might, you know. All right, guys. So again, dollar index kind of ragey right now. We'll see if we actually hold. Chat is crazy right now. Yeah, it's not going to allow you to post it, Jeff. CPI is year over year. I don't understand this metric. Even if inflation stays the same for a year, the CPI would show 0, given the illusion that we don't really have inflation. Can we discuss Mullen? I mean, we can watch Mullen. Suggesting hold cash and buy your taco and cola. Yeah. Here's the thing. I think investing in crypto right now is very risky. I think buying Tethercoin is very risky. I think buying stable coins right now is very risky. It's just not something I'm doing right now. You know. Hey, what's up, Manny? Hey, what's up, Mitchell? Gonna keep mining? Hey, do you, Mitchell? I'm not mad at you, bro. So far, this is the most brutal bear market for crypto. 100%. Stop spreading fear regarding stable coins every time there is a crash. Same narrative. Well, that's not true, Caitlin. I mean, number one, Caitlin, everything you say here is negative. So, again, at a certain point, you're just kind of waiting to criticize. You might want to find a different channel if that's how you're being. Number two, I think I'm not spreading fear right now. I don't think there's fear. I think people are scared to lose money, and they think that I'm going to be influencing that. I'm not. In the end, the reality of it is, considering what's going on right now, and considering that Almeida Research bought a ton of Tether coin. I'm not saying Tether's going to fail. What I'm saying is that I don't feel comfortable putting money into it, and I think that's a very reasonable thing to consider. I'm not telling people not to do it. Personally, myself, I'm not. Y'all can do whatever y'all want. But again, I told people before this happened, before it was announced that Binance was going to walk around from the Sam Bankman-Fried deal, we did a big show on this the other day too, and so it's just one of those things where I'm just not confident right now in it. I'm not saying you should never hold stable coins, but what I'm saying is that, like, during the next week leading up to this, especially considering the CPI report drops today, I think there's a ton of risk sitting on that stuff, and that's not a crazy thing for me to say. So if you bought Luna the day after it crashed, hey, good luck, get it. I hope you make money, brother. I really do. Can you elaborate on the risk? How do you see a potential DPEG crash unfolding? Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? It's already depegged. So Tethercoin is already depegged from the US dollar. It's at 99 cents right now. So it's already depegged, number one. That's the first thing to understand, is that it's already happened. Number two, the reason it's happened is because FTX's Almeida Research held a lot of Tethercoin. And so to what degree it's going to crash, I don't know. I really don't know. Again, I'm purely speculating. I'm purely guessing here. But it's not a crazy thesis here that holding Tethercoin is going to be risky right now. I understand it's not the first time it depegged, but I think this is the biggest market catalyst that the crypto market has ever seen. And I think that there's risk in a lot of stuff right now. And I get it. People don't want there to be risk. Like, a lot of the time, it's not a confirmation bias is strong. I'll put it that way. Confirmation bias is strong. And so even though we have all this volatility going on in crypto, there's going to be a lot of people that are just ripe with confirmation bias, right? Where it's just like, oh, everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're good. Nothing bad's going to happen. Everything's fine. I understand that. I really do. Confirmation bias is a strong thing. All right. For me personally, I'm not holding stable coins right now. Again, this FTX crash is the largest catalyst there's ever been, the largest negative catalyst there's ever been in crypto. It's far larger than the Terra Luna disaster, and the Terra Luna disaster crashed crypto. Still hasn't recovered fully from that. And so in that regard, again, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying there's a possibility that it does. And if there's a possibility, I'm not going to leave my money in it just for principle's sake. That's silly. And I hope I'm wrong. Listen, I really do. I don't think it's great for CZ. I think it's bad for CZ too, man. I think it's bad for crypto in general, and it's gonna hurt. I think it's bad for crypto, but I think it's gonna hurt Binance more than it helps them. Sure, their largest opponent is taken out, but if the entire crypto market fails because of it, what does that really mean? All right, guys. SPY hitting up there. Pretty slow day. Honestly, with the inflation report dropping this morning, it's a very, very slow day right now. It's not even 7 a.m. yet, bro. We got like 400 plus people here. So, hey, what's up, team? That's USDT is Tether. Yeah, I'm a coffee drinker, bro. Do you think the first 5 minutes after CPI will define the direction of markets? Not necessarily. And again, this is just my own subjective opinion. It's not spreading FUD. I might be wildly wrong, and I hope I am. I really hope I'm wrong. You know. But again, I called the Binance back out before it happened. Again, if you look at the post I made, a day ago before Binance backed out, I told people, I said, look, everybody poking fun at Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX must not understand how much this is going to hurt crypto. I am pretty flat in everything until the bull run starts. Still, for those holding, it is probably going to get worse when Binance backs out of the, quote, non-binding deal. And sure enough, after I posted this, hours after I posted this, surely enough, CZ backed out of the FTX deal. Tether depegged, crypto markets in turmoil. It's been kind of rough, and I hope I'm wrong, but it's scary. It's not FUD. It's just opinion, All right, guys. So SPY at 375.60s here. So SPY kind of holding up, but very, very slow day, man. Not much going on. Very slow day. Powell wanted something to break. I think he got what he wanted. Yeah. No, CPI doesn't drop till 8:30. Yeah. Robinhood. Yeah, a lot of people speculated that Robinhood was sitting on FTX token, I think, right? Yeah, that's exactly right. Can CZ weather the storm is the real question, Yeah, y'all just be careful today. Again, it's a sideways day. Bloomberg estimates that FTX is only worth $1 now. All right, 110 at 111s for dollar index. It started to move up. SPY started to dip down a little bit. All right, so Sam Bankman filed for bankruptcy. Personally owes lenders over $650 million. All right, guys. Dollar index is up to 110s. We have the SPY at 375.50s. Major problem. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the dollar index is going up. Usually there's an inverse correlation between the two. I'm on FTX right now looking at USDT, and there's no depegging. Well, here's TradingView, which is probably a little bit more accurate than FTX's website currently. Here's USDT. So this is Tether. If we put up a 45-minute chart, for instance, this is the depegging I'm referencing. All right, so stable, 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 stable. This is the biggest depegging since 2018. It's not arguable either, you know. Again, confirmation bias. Okay, what's up, future? All right, guys, we got almost 500 people here right now. It's not even 7 a.m. yet. So let's do this. It should be a crazy, a freaking crazy day, man. All right, guys, dollar index up to 110. So dollar index is moving up. Again, usually there's an inverse correlation here. MicroStrategy just lost $2 billion in Bitcoin since all this craziness. Hey, what's up, Britt? Hey, what's up, Peter? Yeah, so, well, Almeida had 70%, bought like a 70% tether, you know? Wait, was that Mark Andreessen from Netscape? Or is this a different Mark Andreessen? What's the Netscape founder? Mark Andreessen. So it is the same Mark Andreessen, Netscape founder. Is he like a crypto believer? Story of Netscape is a very interesting story, and I've tried to tell people this in the parallels between like Roku and a few other companies, to be honest, regarding a lot of current companies right now. So what happened with Netscape, and I've told this story, it's a good story to tell. It's a really interesting story about the stock market in general. Right, so back in the early 2000s, or no, this was back in the 90s when the internet was first coming out to a thing. Like right now, we've got Chrome, we've got all these different browsers that you can choose from, all downloadable and free, right? Well, back in the 90s, you couldn't do that. You know, you essentially had to buy a browser because most people didn't understand the internet. And so the biggest browser company, the first real big browser company, was a company called Netscape. When it went public, you know, in the early 90s, in the mid to late 90s, I think, you know, it had a lot of haters, basically. It had a lot of haters because it wasn't profitable yet when it went public, which was, you know, back in the 90s, it was kind of a standard before that in order to go public, you needed to have multiple quarters of profit or whatever their standard was back then of profit, but you needed to be profitable, and Netscape wasn't so yet. And Netscape went public anyway, you know, disregarding what a lot of people thought he should do, and it was the most successful IPO in history at the time for Netscape, which is to get a browser company. You would buy it at like a box at the store, your browser, to use, and it had like different search, like just different things that you could do with it. So it was this wildly successful IPO, and Microsoft approached them and said, "Hey, let's partner up. Let's do deals together. Let's partner up." And Netscape said, "No." Netscape said, "No, I'm not doing it." And so then what Microsoft ended up doing was they started including Internet Explorer for free in their computers. Like Microsoft started including their own version, their own browser for free in the computers, which at the time, you know, the percentage of PC versus Apple was far more PCs out there than Apple computers. And so basically everybody had Internet Explorer. They didn't need Netscape, and Netscape essentially, you know, destroyed itself overnight. Eventually sold a few years later for only a couple million to American Online, if I remember correctly, right? And I think there's some parallels to that in stocks as well. I think Roku is an example of this. I think Roku, while the technology is interesting, I think at a certain point, TVs are simply going to include versions of their own Roku type software, which is very easy, very programmable, into their TVs for free. And people aren't going to need Roku anymore. And then I said this a year or two ago, and since I've said that, Roku has fallen from almost $500 down to $50 a share. You know, it's down, you know, a huge amount, down 95% or whatever that is. So yeah, Roku has fallen drastically, and I think there's risks here for companies like Roku that are replaceable. They're simply replaceable. Now the question for Roku, I think, is whether, you know, we're gonna get something like they give their software out for free and then make their money on the back end with data. Maybe is a possibility, but I don't think TV companies are going to pay them anymore for that software. I think they're just going to create their own. I don't know if any crypto is safe right now. CPI comes out at 8:30, guys. 8:30. It's 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central. 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central. Nobody has any idea what it's going to be. Sorry. There's supposed to be no vocals here, but let me go to my old stuff here. I'm going to put up some old music. It's been a while since we looked at this old stuff. But yeah, so what do y'all think about Roku? I said the same thing about Peloton, and Peloton, man. Again, I just don't know if they're really solving a problem. You know, like Peloton, virtual reality rowing machine just seems like a problem that isn't there. Like they're solving something that isn't there. They're creating a product that nobody really asked for or wanted, and they're selling it for thousands of dollars. And so, you know, they can tell me they're sold out as much as they want, but like in that regard, I'm very skeptical of Peloton as well. Dollar index is bouncing up here. So the dollar index is moving here. Whoa. I did not know the time. I knew it was in the morning. Do I get any points, please? Not yet. Maybe later. Oh, just because you said that, Warren Buffin. Hey, have y'all seen crypto lately, man? Warren Buffin says if we talk crypto, he's gone. Have y'all seen crypto? Bitcoin, ETH, Tethercoin, Sam Bankman-Fried, Binance, Luna. I'm just naming cryptocurrencies. You're welcome, sir. You know, I always wonder the people who have the audacity to think that them leaving is gonna like expect. I don't know. What do y'all expect me to beg you to stay? Please stay, bro. You know. What do you mean the report looks good? I don't know if the report's good or not. Again, you can vote on the poll right now. Again, looking at our votes, 715 votes so far, 34% saying that 7.9% we're going to show better than expected. 23% think we're going to come in as expected at 8%. Now, I'm showing multiple different things from multiple different places here. Some people say 7.9, some people say 8%. We'll see if it works. You know, we'll see if it works. But I don't know. My guess is we're going to come in. I hope we come in better than expected. I'm staying cautiously optimistic in that regard. I really do. I genuinely hope that we come in better than expected. The last few times, like we came in lower than the previous report last time, but worse than expected still. I think we expected 8%. We ended up showing like 8.1 or 8.2%. So we did come in slightly worse than expected last time. And so I really genuinely hope, you know, I don't want to see the market drop anymore, especially with the craziness going on in crypto. And so in that regard, you know, we'll see. But I hope we come in better than expected. I'm cautiously optimistic. I want to see the market do well. It's not something that I want to see the market do poorly in. Oil was high last month. Yeah. Hey, NEO earnings this morning too. Yeah, we can cover NEO earnings. I know they're dropping this morning too. We'll see what happens with NEO here. Okay, NEO already dropped. NEO posted EPS of 30 cents, missed the 16-cent loss estimate. Sales of 1.83 billion, beat the 1.79 billion estimate. So here's the NEO results here. We'll put those numbers up in chat. So vehicle deliveries for the third quarter for NEO hit 31,607, up 29.3% year over year, 26% quarter over quarter. The deliveries consist of 22,859 premium smart electric SUVs, 8,748 smart electric sedans. They expect quarter four delivery guidance to be 43 to 48,000 vehicles, and fourth quarter revenue guidance to be 2.44 billion to 2.7 billion versus 296 estimates. So lower than expected fourth quarter guidance. Missed EPS, beat sales revenue is what NEO showed here, and we'll put those numbers in chat if you guys want to check it out. Yeah, good. But yeah, there's the NEO numbers here. We'll see how NEO reacted to this. We got the dollar index on the right. NEO up to 960s. We also had Rivian earnings that we covered yesterday. But NEO moving up. It looks like it's interpreting. I mean, it's mixed results, slightly worse fourth quarter guidance, but their vehicle deliveries look good, to be honest. So like that's kind of a optimistic thing, I think, here for NEO, making a lot of people optimistic in it. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, Tether depegged some from the US dollar, unfortunately. Tether depegged. It's all the way down to 98. I told you guys this, man. Again, people are like, no, everything's fine. Everything's fine. I told you guys what was happening. And again, my little 600 people here is not going to influence Tether like that. So if y'all think that I'm hurting, you know, again, people just want to, confirmation bias is strong, you know. But again, Tether completely depegged from the US dollar. We're down to 98 cents. So not good. You know, not good for crypto right now. Again, I told people yesterday that this was going to hurt crypto more than you see a lot of crypto people in the crypto space making fun of Sam, you know, making fun of FTX, but like people lost millions, man. They lost millions. Almeida held a lot of Tether. You know, it's bad for the entire crypto world. And if you're in the crypto space, it's bad for you, including Binance, to be honest. I told people a day ago, before they announced it, that this was going to hurt crypto more than people understood. As soon as he announced that he was going to back out of the non-binding deal, which means nothing. As soon as I said non-binding, it means absolutely nothing. Non-binding deal means nothing. It means exactly how it says, which is non-binding. It means you don't have to do it. And so you got to look at their books. Of course, he's not going to buy them if they're trying to get him to buy it like that quickly. The books cannot be good. And in turn, it is what it is. John, did you leave Texas for Michigan? No, I'm not in Michigan right now. I'm in Texas right now. I'm in Houston. How about my Astros? Yeah, and the people getting mad because I'm covering the crypto crash. I mean, this is a huge relevant thing today. Outside of crypto, it's relevant for everything, not just cryptocurrency. Like this tether depegging is very relevant to everything. Again, not just crypto. So of course we're going to cover it. That's not a reasonable expectation. I don't see how I can go any lower because gas is still high. Housing market, basically a lot of foreclosures coming out, people moving out and renting or getting a smaller house. Food prices still went up. Yeah, for sure. I mean, prices are still definitely inflated right now. And so in that regard, we'll see. But hey, that's right, Mac. Yeah, crypto is connected to everything too. I think this month will be lower CPI. I hope you're right, Honey Horse. I hope you're right, bro. But again, just to put it into perspective, the last few, we've missed on CPI, the last couple CPI reports. So the last few CPI reports we've missed, we came in worse than expected. Last time we did come in better than the previous time, but we still came in slightly worse than expected. And I think when you consider the FOMC rate hikes of 75 basis points, when you consider the hawkish or contracting monetary policy tone that Jerome Powell had during the last Fed meeting, they're being aggressive raising rates. If this doesn't put a dent in inflationary pressures, then it's going to cause some really, really, really bearish responses in the stock market. Some really bearish responses in stocks. If you look at the dollar index, again, it's going to make the dollar index pop up. And the dollar index has gotten a little bit better. I mean, at some points, the DXY, the Dixie here, was up to like 113s. And so in that way, the dollar index has been crazy. And that will certainly be influenced by the CPI report as well. We also have jobless claims numbers. And again, jobless claims numbers come out today. The relevance there, these drop every Thursday. Jobless claims numbers drop every Thursday. Expectations are for 220,000 for initial claims. Continuing claims are expected to come in at 1.475 million. Again, higher is worse, lower is better. Again, it's kind of a backwards market right now. And I'm not saying that's what I want. I'm not saying I want less people working. Or no. Higher is better. I'm sorry. Less is worse, right? Because this is continuing jobless claims, right? So the higher this is, the less people are working. I'm not saying I want that. But what I'm talking about is simply the reaction that the market's going to get. Again, higher jobless claims is going to be interpreted as better right now in this period of high inflationary problems, is the best way to put it. And so with that, if we come in higher than expected for jobless claims and lower than expected for CPI, the market's going to fly. The market's going to rip up. If we come in lower than expected for jobless claims and higher than expected for CPI, again, the market's going to crash. To what degree of crash, we're not sure, but the market's going to drop. That's for certain if we come in worse than expected in terms of inflationary data or CPI. Again, expectations are anywhere between 7.9 and 8%. Looking at our polls here, we've done a number of different polls today. The first one, we got about 830 votes. 34% think we're going to come in better than expected, under 7.9%. 23% think we're going to come in at 8%. 43% think we're going to come in worse than expected, over 8%. Now, I hope y'all are wrong, but I understand the logic. I genuinely do. Again, tether depegged from the US dollar. That's causing turmoil and everything. Yeah, we got about an hour and a half left. A little bit, about an hour and 20 minutes to be exact. Looking at our Twitter polls here. We did a Twitter poll as well. We asked people on Twitter. About 39% think we're going to come in better than expected. 43% think worse, and 18% think as expected at 8%. Where's Tesla at right now? Let's look at Tesla here. Here's Tesla. Tesla at 177. Big red day in markets yesterday too. Big red day in markets. So all right, guys, Tesla at 177.60s here. Whew, it's going to be chaotic today, guys. It's early right now, too. It'll be fun though. Crypto.com also suspended USDT and USDC deposits and withdrawals on the Solana chain. Sequoia invested in a $420 million round for FTX at a $25 billion valuation in October of 21. Whew. All right, guys. So again, SPY up to 375.40s. Tesla at 177. If you look at Bitcoin here on the right too, Bitcoin at 15s, 15.5 thousand, 15.6K. So Bitcoin tanking down. ETH at just over 1,000. Again, Apple at 135s. Tesla at 177s. Microsoft at 225.40s. Data drops soon, guys. Data drops in about an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes or so. Bitcoin futures. Let me look at what Bitcoin is. I mean, we're going to have some discrepancies in the Bitcoin price, just to put it out there. If I'm looking at Bitcoin right now. Yeah, Bitcoin's currently at 16.2 thousand. I'm sorry. For whatever reason, Bitcoin futures are showing up different here. If we look at BTC on TOS, Bitcoin futures are showing up a little bit different. But yeah, Bitcoin's currently at 16.3 thousand. You're right. That's correct. AMC at 5s. ApeCoin at 130s. Disney at 87s. And we kind of scale it into Disney here. We've bought a few shares of Disney. We're just going to sit on it. AMD at 59.75s. Nvidia at 136s here. So the whole market, here's the Q on the right. Q on the right is at 264. So a little bit more tech heavy. Q's doing okay today with the rest of the market here. Hey, bro, how would the market react if CPI data is 8? I don't know how it's going to react if it's 8. What I will say is that if it's higher than expected at 8.1, market's going to go down almost certainly. If it's higher than that at 8.2, market's going to go down even more. If it's lower than that, the market should theoretically go up, but we really don't know here. You know, we'll see. Yeah, I got an average into Disney right now of my average is 88.50s. So we're pretty close to it. I mean, we're not far away from my average. Again, if we get a rebound, we'll make some money, you know. And again, I'll probably keep adding to it as it dips and plan for a long-term hold if I need to. Expectations are for 8%, Michael. 8% is what most people are expecting. Binance did disclose a balance in their hot and cold wallets. 475K Bitcoin, 58 million Binance coin, 4.8 million ETH, 17.6 billion USDT. And again, let's see how that depegging of USDT is going to affect them. 21.7 billion BUSD and 601 million USDC. Yeah, man. So it varies. K. Somebody said I thought expected was 7.9%. A few people are expecting. It's all relative to analysts, right? These are analyst expectations here, so it varies. It's not all one number. It's usually between two numbers. Right now, the expectations are between 7.9 and 8%. 7.9 and 8%. I'm going by Bloomberg here, and Bloomberg is stating 8% year-over-year CPI. Another important metric to watch for today is core CPI. When you hear core anything in terms of economic and fundamental data, what it really means is excluding food and energy prices, right? So with CPI, it's consumer prices, so it's prices for stuff. It's pricing excluding energy and food. Okay, so that's what core means. Expectations for core CPI on the year are 6.5%. Last time was 6.6%. And so that's an important metric to watch for as well, because again, to a certain degree, the Fed might use core CPI and core PCE and core PPI more than basic CPI. So that's an important metric to watch for as well. And then tomorrow, guys, we got England GDP numbers. Yeah, I think they released it a little bit different. We don't actually have any big things tomorrow here in terms of day drops. What other earnings did we have today? I know we had some earnings drop today. Let me see what else. I know Neo dropped this morning. Neo, Ralph Lauren, Six Flags. Neo came in on a miss for EPS, beat on sales revenue. Six Flags missed at 139 EPS on 504.83 million in sales revenue. So a miss on both metrics for Six Flags. Wix.com beat 6-cent profit, better than the 9-cent loss estimate, 345.81 million in sales revenue. Yeti beat 59-cent profit per share, better than the 55 estimates, 433.56 million in sales revenue, better than the 417.76 expected. Yeah, not really any other big ones today here. Nothing else big. We got ACB Cannabis dropping numbers this evening. Matterport maybe, but nothing worthwhile for me to cover here. Tomorrow we've got nothing else really big. Tomorrow's actually kind of a slow day. Generally speaking, after CPI reports, we get some big stuff happening, but nothing really big coming. We got the Dallas Fed PCE tomorrow. The Michigan Consumer Sentiment Conditions and Expectations tomorrow at 10. ECB meeting tomorrow as well. I think we do have Indian CPI tomorrow as well, correct? So that'll be interesting. We'll cover that too. Yeah, I think they need to legalize cannabis for sure here. Again, I don't really want to get into a tangent about it, but cannabis, and it's obviously not something I do. Honestly, I'm not saying I never have, but it's one of those things where it's paranoia was just too strong for me. But it's something that should obviously be legal at this point in time. It's just an objectively less harmful thing than a lot of legal things sold at gas stations at this point in time. And so keeping it criminalized is just ridiculous, and it just causes it just wastes our tax dollars, to be honest. We haven't have an even standard of legalization here, and cannabis being criminal, but liquor sold at gas stations not. It's just silly. It's just ridiculous. And I'm not even against liquor. I think you should be able to do whatever you want to do as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. But we'll see. Anyways, SPY pretty slow. Again, this is kind of what we would expect today. Market slow, apprehensive traders don't really want to take any big size ahead of these meetings. CPI is at about an hour and 10 minutes. And just in terms of gateway drug, cannabis is a gateway drug because you have to go to an illegal drug dealer to get it, and eventually that illegal drug dealer is going to say, hey, you want to try this stuff too? That's why it's a gateway drug. If it was legalized and at dispensaries, then it wouldn't be a gateway drug anymore. You wouldn't have some sketchy dude offering you other stuff. You know what I mean? And so it's the gateway drug argument's always been silly, because it's the reason it's a gateway drug is because you got to go to some sketchy dude to get it. And so it's just the whole argument is just ridiculous. Mostly private prison industry and pharmaceutical industry keeping it illegal, giving politicians a bunch of PAC money to do so. It's one of the reasons you never see anything actually get done for it. And I've been watching cannabis stocks for a while, and this is why I'm having this conversation, because ACB does drop earnings. ACB used to be way higher here. We also had Tilray. If you look at like Tilray here, TLRY, they've gotten, every time politicians always say they're going to legalize and they never do. TLRY is at 360s right now, 360. So we'll see if it holds. But, again, a lot of these have just kind of fallen because a lot of people thought legalization would happen already, and it just didn't. We got ACB. What's another one? APHA used to be one. I think they got acquired by Tilray, if I remember correctly. And there's really a lot of these here. But yeah, biggest ones are Aura and Tilray. So who knows what'll happen here. Hopefully the CPI comes in good. I mean, I'm holding Disney here. Oh, CGC, Canopy Growth. Well, I don't think this is the biggest market cap one. Let me look. Well, I'm looking at not price. Price doesn't really mean much, right? If it did, Chipotle would be a larger company than Apple. Chipotle is $1,400 a share. Apple's $135, and so again, the price doesn't really mean much. It's all relative to the float. But you might be right. Let me check. Canopy Growth has a market cap of 1.54 billion. Okay. So CGC market cap of 5.4. I thought Tilray was the bigger one here. Yeah, so Tilray's the larger company. Tilray's got a market cap of 2.21 billion. Let me look at ACB. Yeah, so Tilray's the larger one by far. It's almost twice as big as Canopy Growth. So CGC might be more expensive, but it's not based off of price. It's based off of market cap. Again, if it was based off of pure price, Chipotle would be bigger than Apple, and of course that's not true. Apple currently at 135, though. A lot of tech has been just getting hit. Hey, what's up, Solstice? 8:30 Eastern Standard Time is when the numbers come out. Yeah, 8.4 would cause craziness. Yeah, ACB is Tilray. Yeah, for sure. They acquired it. Or I thought it was APHA, but I'll have to research it a little bit more. But yeah, 8.4 is definitely the worst case scenario here. I don't think we're going to come in higher than that. But if we drop 8.4%, it's bad. The whole market's going to be chaotic, especially considering how much we dropped yesterday. We'll probably break lows of the year if we come in 8.4%. It's going to cause turmoil. Now, I hope you're wrong. I hope it doesn't come in at that, but it's possible. There's Apple on the right here. And again, we got to pay attention to the dollar index, which I'm sure with this latest drop is probably moving up some. Yeah, we're bouncing up some. So dollar index at 110s here. Let's see if we can just hold under 111s during the CPI report. %. CPI is at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Everybody asking me here. I'm going to put this up on screen. We got so many people asking. You're welcome, guys. 64 minutes. Do you think expectations too high? I don't know. You mean too low? 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. We could try to do a countdown. I'm gonna try to use one if it lets me. I used one before. I think it was this one. So I guess I can try to use this one if it'll let me here. Let me see if I can get rid of these ads real quick though. There we go. All right, guys. So yeah, we have about an hour and 3.5 minutes left. So about an hour and 3.5 minutes left. Here's the clock. If I can find somewhere to put this on the screen, I will, but we'll just leave it up here for now. But yeah, we got an hour and, you know, we got an hour and 2 minutes left. Uh, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, sorry, you're right. I did say 8:30 p.m. My bad, guys. Hold on. Sorry. There you go. Yeah, so we put the clock up so you guys can see it. Yeah, it'll be chaos. We got about 1,000 people here. We still got about an hour before this report drops. It's going to be fun, man. We'll see. Bitcoin looking weak. SPY down to 375s. Again, in hindsight, though, like if we look at this here, the lows of the last year all the way down here at 348. So we're still pretty far away from those. You know, we're still pretty far away. Hopefully, you know, we don't break this level here. You know, that's kind of a big, important level here. Currently, we're sitting right around here, which we're still pretty far away. We're not even like breaking low. So we didn't technically crash yet. But, you know, we don't want to break under this 350 level. A 350 big psychological area that we certainly don't want to break under. We'll see what happens, you know, but certainly don't want to break under that. Again, we'll see. SPY currently at 375 evens. Yeah, of course, 6.9% would be great. Hey, thank you, Bit. Watching here from the Philippines. I already subscribed. Hey, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Yep, it's 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. The numbers drop at 8:30. Google's also your friend here. Yeah, we got the clock on. The clock will help. Is there some unofficial news about inflation in a minute? No, not really. Numbers drop at 8:30 in about an hour. Almost exactly an hour. As you can see on the clock here, about an hour. Yeah, this will be fun. Yeah, for sure. PS, 100%. PS says you could put a post-it note with the time on your head and people would still ask 100%. I'm not saying it's right underneath me here. Like, I'm not saying here. If you want to know the correct time in your area, Google's your friend, okay? You can literally type 8:30 Eastern Standard Time to whatever time zone you're in, and Google will tell you what it is. Yeah, I'm from Louisiana. Go Tigers. Saints suck this year, but that's okay. LSU beat Alabama. Astros won the World Series, and I live in Houston, so. Yeah, again, I'm pretty flat in crypto right now. I just don't feel comfortable. I'm pretty flat in everything. The only big position I'm holding right now is Disney that I bought up yesterday, but it's a trade that I'll hold long term if I really need to. So we're holding a small position of Disney of about 100 shares. So not a crazy big position. Our entry on Disney is about 88.50s or so. We did add on the dip on the bottom, and we'll just kind of sit on that as long as we need to. No, CPI drops in about an hour. Remember, guys, it's 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Right now in the market, it is 7:31 Eastern Standard Time. So we still have about 59 minutes until the actual data comes out. So the data does drop at about 7:30 or about 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. I don't know, Bass. I don't know, brother. I really have no idea, man. Probably not. No, if Disney goes to 75, I'll probably sit in it. Again, I think there's a huge edge in terms of being able to hold large blue chip companies. I think there's a huge edge in that, because I think when you look at Disney in 2-3 years, it's going to be higher than where we are now, almost certainly, in my opinion. And I think that's a huge edge to have. Again, not taking a huge size here, and so I can sit on this as long as I really need to. And I think, objectively speaking, Disney owns so many different media assets that, for me personally, it's just an easy discount buy right now. Again, a lot of people are doom and gloom, and maybe they dislike Disney for political reasons. I don't care about any of that. Disney owns Star Wars, Marvel, ESPN, a lot of different media brands. And with that, there's going to be a new Star Wars movie coming out this year sometime, or coming out that's going to be announced at least in another year or so. And so because of that, I'm just buying Disney. I might be wrong, but who knows? USDT is getting depegged because Almeida Research had a lot of Tether coin, and the whole crypto market is in turmoil from the FTX's insolvency news. All right, guys, we got less than an hour here. Dollar index at 110s. All right, guys, we just got a lot of people here in chat. We got over 1,000 here already, and it's only 7:30 market time. So, again, we got the timer going on. SQ thoughts. I mean, obviously, if inflation comes in worse than expected, the SQ is going to go up. Star Wars games, Star Wars movies. Yeah, it's time, man. CPI day. It's a huge day, guys. We got less than an hour before the data comes out, too. And so hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. We certainly appreciate the love and support. Should be a chaotic day in markets, guys. A truly chaotic day. All right, guys, 55 minutes. Again, what are your expectations here? Look at that Twitter. We did a lot of different polls. And so we can kind of see what people are saying about the CPI report coming out. We got a decent amount of votes on Twitter. About 40% think we're going to come in better than expected on Twitter. So surprisingly on Twitter, about 40% think we're going to come in better than expected. About 40% think we're going to come in worse than expected as well. So 40% think we're going to come in under 7.9 or 7.9 or less. 40% think we're going to come in over 8%. And then about 21%, 20 to 21%, I think we're going to come in at 8% exactly here. If we look at our actual YouTube polls right now, about 1,400 votes so far on YouTube. 33% think we're going to come in better than 7.9%. So 7.9% or better than expected. 24% think we're going to come in at 8%. 42% think we're going to come in over 8%. Twitter profile is right here if you want to check it out. Give me a follow on Twitter. We also have a PlayStation and Xbox giveaway. If you haven't followed me on Twitter, check the profile. Here is the link. We do have a giveaway. And yeah, help beginner trading hit 100K. Help us hit 100K. We're getting close. We'll hit it sometime in the next month or two. You see the SPY currently, guys, dropped all the way down to 374s, 375s. Again, dollar index is moving up. This is probably going to cause drops in the SPY here. You can see the SPY dipping down to 375s, 374s. 7.9% says the analyst. That called 8.2% last time. Yeah, potentially. Again, I hope that's true. I hope he's right. I hope he's right. Last time for CPI, we showed what did we show last time? Last CPI report, we came in at 8.2%. So yeah, he was correct last time. And I hope he's right this time. I hope we do 7.9%. Again, the Fed has been aggressively raising rates. And if you want to know how this works, guys, like I always try to explain the full economic procedure here at least once or twice during these streams, so people who tune in can genuinely understand what's going on right now. All right, so right now in the market here, we're at really bad inflationary problems in the economic markets right now. Inflation is very, very high. Conventionally, inflation is very, very high. Prices are high, gas prices are high, food prices are high. Prices are just causing pain right now in markets. What the Fed does is the Fed meets every 6 weeks to determine whether they're going to raise or lower interest rates, and they announce that rate hike every 6 weeks, right? Rate hike, or sometimes they lower rates depending on what they're doing, but they announce that every 6 weeks, right? And the logic of this is that they raise rates in order to combat inflation. If prices are high, what they do is they raise interest rates. The reason they raise interest rates is to discourage spending, because when interest rates are high, people spend less, businesses spend less, and in turn, that theoretically lowers inflation. Now, when they do this, when they raise rates aggressively, like they are now, it causes pain in the stock market, and it's a balancing act. It truly is a balancing act, because the more aggressive they raise rates, the more long-term optimism we're going to have regarding inflation, but also the worst signal of the current economic state, if that makes sense, right? So when they raise rates aggressively, it basically says, hey, man, market's rough right now. Inflation's bad. We have to raise rates aggressively. And that causes short-term pain in the stock market. It causes short-term drops. So there's a balancing act where if they raise rates too much, it causes too much short-term pain. If they don't raise rates enough, then it causes less optimism long-term for inflation. Right? Prices are going to continue going up. And so right now, they're expecting 8%, essentially 7.9 to 8% is what they're expecting in terms of CPI on the year, right? So that's yearly pricing increase, about 8%. They also do it by the month. And, we get last time during the Fed meeting, we raised rates 75 basis points, which was as expected. But we also had some very hawkish, which means contractionary monetary policy tone. We had some hawkish tones from Jerome Powell during that press conference, but it didn't really affect the market that much. Like, it dropped the market some, but not to a huge degree. Like, it dropped the market some, but it certainly didn't crash the market during the last FOMC meeting. And so today we have CPI, which, to be honest, the Fed doesn't really use CPI a ton. And when they're interpreting these metrics, they don't really use CPI a ton. A lot of the time they'll use PCE or PPI, which is producer price index, which is seller inflation, like how much prices are rising for producers or sellers. CPI is how much prices are rising for us, essentially consumers. And so there's a difference. But CPI is the largest inflationary metric that we look at on a day-to-day basis. It gets the most attention. It causes the biggest stock market reaction. And so in that regard, that number is dropping in 50 minutes exactly if you look at this timer, and it's going to massively influence all markets. It's not a press conference. They're not going to do a press conference today, but it is going to massively influence all markets. And so again, expectations are for 8%. If we come in lower than that, that is seen as positive, because that means that prices are dropping some. That means they're not dropping. 8% is conventionally bad, just to put it into perspective. But just like earnings, these data releases are all relative to expectations. And so while 8% conventionally is high, if we come in better than expected or at expectations, it's probably going to evoke a positive response in markets. If we come in at or better than what's expecting, which is at or lower than what we're expecting, again, that's going to cause a positive effect on markets. If we come in higher than expected, which we have for the last multiple CPI reports, then that's going to evoke a negative response in markets. We can also look at the dollar index here, and there's an inverse correlation between the dollar and markets. Why is there an inverse correlation? Because the higher the dollar is, the more inflationary problems. Also, it's a thing where the more the dollar is gaining value, the less people are going to take their cash and invest it into other things because their cash is gaining value. Why would they take it and put it in other things if your cash is gaining so much value? And vice versa, if your dollar is losing value, what are you going to do? You're going to take your cash and you're going to stick it into a different type of investment vehicle in order to combat your losing cash, your dollar losing value. So that's kind of the nuance of the market right now. Again, SPY currently sitting at 374s, not quite around the lows yet, but if we get a bad inflation report today, market might break lows. It's certainly a possibility. And all this is on top of the current inflationary problems, as well as the Bitcoin and crypto market right now, which is in absolute turmoil from basically the third largest crypto exchange in the world going insolvent over the last couple of days. That is dragging the entire crypto market down. Crypto's down 20% on average. Some stable coins, which are widely used and are propping up a lot of different things, are depegging as we speak. And so there's just a lot of craziness in markets right now. So again, we'll see what happens. You can look at the poll to see what people are thinking right now. Again, the poll's certainly not always right. We're just kind of looking at sentiment. And yeah, let me know what you guys think. It's kind of crazy right now in markets. I believe Fed needs to be more aggressive or inflation will be high for a long time. Yeah, I mean, again, during their I think we should do, in my opinion, I thought we should have done 100 basis points during some of the Fed rate hikes, just kind of rip the Band-Aid off, so to speak, because again, we could do 75. It's a balance again. The Fed's been trying to do what they call a soft landing. What a soft landing actually is it means that they're going to aggressively raise rates in order to combat inflation. But the reason they say soft landing is meaning they're going to aggressively raise rates, but not actually cause a recession is essentially what it is. So, that's kind of what's going on right now. But I don't know if they're going to accomplish that. Hey, what's up, Edwin? Yeah, you could look at the timer, guys, if you want to see. If you want to see when the data drops, about 45 minutes. PPI, I think, already came out recently. I'll have to check it again, but I think it already came out recently. We're also going to put it in sub-only mode, so if you have not already, hit the subscribe button. We're putting it in sub-only mode. We appreciate it. Announce yourself. Show us that you're subscribed. Again, everything we do here is free. And so we don't sell a course. We don't sell a service. We don't claim to be experts. We don't act like gurus. I don't even claim to be a good trader. I just give people free information. And we drop the CPI as soon as it comes out. Literally, as soon as it comes out, within seconds, we're going to give you guys the CPI data. And we do this with all major data releases, jobless claims, PPI, PCE deflator, all this stuff. We drop it as soon as it comes out live every time. So if you haven't already, subscribe. We do it now. We just put it in sub-only mode. We got about 45 minutes before the data actually drops. You can see our timer here. We got 46 minutes and about 13 seconds. So yeah, it'll be fun. We'll see if we get something good. Dollar index is pulling down here. And again, usually there's an inverse correlation. If you look at the dollar index falling here, you can see we get a little bit of an upward movement, but I don't know how big the correlation is going to be today, considering, everything going on right now in crypto. Hey, thank you, Ronnie. Hey, thank you, Ronnie. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, what's up, Mark? Hey, Brazil, man. Brazil, I'm a big MMA fan, man. I didn't watch the Anderson Silva Jake Paul fight, though. I'm not paying for Jake Paul stuff, but I like Anderson Silva. I agree 100%. Should have hit us with 200. Nah, 200 would have caused chaos, to be honest. 200 would have caused absolute chaos. The dollar is money on TOS. It's money sign DXY. It's the dollar index. Hey, thank you, 36. If it's 7.9, is the dollar going up? And if it's over 8%, is the dollar going down? No, you're actually backwards, mister. So if it's 7.9%, the dollar will probably go down and the stock market will probably rise. And if it's over 8%, the dollar will probably go up, and the stock market will probably go down. It's kind of how it goes. I don't hate him, but I think that Jake Paul is cherry picking easy fights against non-boxers that are well past their prime. No offense to Anderson. And he's not fighting any real boxers. He's fighting MMA fighters, and I'm not paying for that. That's just a sleazy thing. Again, he's talking so much smack, but he's not fighting any legitimate boxers. And so he can make his money, but I'm not paying him for it. Again, SPY up to 374.80s here. We got the Dixie up to 110.85s. Again, SPY moving up almost to 375. So jobless claims numbers are coming out today as well. Those will be interesting too. So expectations for jobless claims numbers are as follows here. Jobless claims numbers are expected to come in 220K for initial claims, 1.475 million for continuing claims. And again, the nuance here is bad is good, good is bad, right? So what we're seeing now in this current inflationary markets are we're seeing good is bad. What's conventionally good is bad, and what's conventionally bad is good, right? So higher unemployment is better for stock market reaction recently, and lower unemployment is worse for stock market responses, recently. And so in that regard, the market's going to want a higher jobless claims number. So again, expectations for continuing claims are 1.475 million. We come in higher than that. That's going to be interpreted as bullish. Initial claims are expected to come in at 220K. We come in higher than that. Again, that's going to be interpreted as bullish. I'm not saying that's what I want. I'm not saying I want less people working, but that's what the market's responding to right now. Again, inflation's bad. To put it out there, like, this is how you have to think about it in your head, right? Right now, spending is bad, right? And all the different fronts of spending is bad, right? And so more people with free spending ability is going to evoke higher prices, because what happens when people are buying up products? What do businesses do? They raise prices because they can. When less people are buying up prices, what do businesses do? They lower prices because they need to. And so in that regard, more people with all this spending money is bad right now. Again, I'm not saying that's what I want. I don't want people to have less money, of course, but I'm just telling you the nuance of the market right now, and that's it. We'll see what happens. We got 41 minutes, guys, 41 minutes. When do you think the S&P will bottom? Are we close? I don't know. The low of the last year is at about 148, or about, 348. I'm sorry, about 348. Yeah, he can make his money, David. Like I said, I'm not paying for it, though, brother. I'm not mad at him. Listen, let him do his thing, man. If he's making money, let him do his thing, dude. Really not mad at him, but I'm not paying for those fights. Because again, I think he's cherry picking his opponents too much. He's talking smack, and again, he's acting like he's the greatest ever. It's fine. He's making money, but like, again, what he's doing is he's fighting like Anderson Silva's 45 years old and an MMA fighter. Yeah, he's good at boxing, but like, the problem is, like, I think the mistake Jake is making is that he's trying to fight big names that he knows he can beat, right? And boxing's not exciting if you know who's going to win, and everybody knew Jake was going to win, Why? Because Anderson Silva's 45 years old, he's just not a boxer, let him fight a young up and coming boxer. Dollar index popping back up again. We probably see the market drop a little bit. Yeah, all good, man. 3,000 SPX calls. Yeah, the S&P 500 hitting 3K would be interesting. Now we're at 3,700. I don't know if we're going to get that bad, though. I mean, we could, but I don't think we will. I'm not sure. All right, guys, we still got about 40 minutes here, guys. 40 minutes. All right, guys. Again, SPY consolidating, very slow market here. Nobody really knows what we're going to get here for this. CPI dropping at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Y'all be ready. Still, we got 8:30 Eastern Standard Time before the CPI drops. Whew, it'll be fun, man. We'll see what we get, guys. Let me know what you guys think. CPI drops today, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. We got about 45 minutes, about 40 minutes to be exact here. We got the timer up on screen. Here's the dollar index at 110s. Here's the SPY at 374s, 375s. $281. Izzy versus Alex. Ooh, man, I gotta buy that one. I'm gonna buy that one for sure. I'm not really a big fan of the co-main with Wile and Carla Esparza. Carla's kind of boring of a fighter. No offense to her. Great fighter, just kind of boring. Poirier versus Chandler will be good. Frankie, I'm worried about Frankie, man. He's a little bit over the hill. Dan is solid. And Wile is always a beast, but market's pretty sideways, guys. We got about 35 minutes. USDT is now pegged again. Hey, well, good. I hope it is, man. I don't want to see the crypto market fail. USDT is now at 98 cents. So from where I'm looking at it, it's not. Guys, dollar index is at 110.80s here, 110.80s. Bitcoin's starting to bounce back up a little bit, though. Yeah, I'm seeing 98.5 cents for USDT, unfortunately. All right, guys, SPY at 375s. SPY at 375s. Again, we still got over 30 minutes left until the data comes out. We're going to cover it live as soon as it drops right here, as we always do. What I'm showing on CoinMarketCap for Tether is a complete depegging right now. Here's Tether right now in USDT. So here's Tether right now in USDT. It's showing 98.5 cents. Hey, what's up, Cameron? Hey, welcome, brother. How do you think the CPI is going to come in? Do you think it's going to come in line, or do you think it's going to be a little bit over? Honest opinion. Well, the last couple times, again, for CPI reports, guys, the last few times it came in worse than expected, higher than expected here. So the last few times it did come in worse. In that degree, you know, it's a genuine question. Are we going to beat it for once? I mean, the last couple times we've missed it each time, right? So the last 2 or 3 CPI reports, so for the last 2 or 3 months, we've actually come in worse than expected here. Now, we came in a little bit better than last time, but we did come in worse than expected. And so in that regard, you know, I'm not sure. Nobody really knows what we're going to show here. Nobody does. We can only hope that we come in positive. We can only hope that we get good numbers here. But again, nobody genuinely knows what we're going to get. And, you know, we can only hope that we have positive results here for, you know, CPI. You know, we got to genuinely hope we get positive results, and nobody really knows. Again, last time we came in at 8.2%. You know, they expected, I think, 8% last time. Very similar expectations as this time. Again, they expected 8%. We showed up at 8.2%. I think the previous time, though, we did come in better than expected for the previous time, though. So last CPI report, we did come in lower than the previous one. Still, we came in worse than expected at 8.2%. And again, expectations were at 8%. Same thing as this time. Expectations are at 8%. Hopefully, or some people even have it at 7.9%, depending where you look. And again, we're going to drop it as soon as it comes out live right here. As soon as it comes out, we're going to drop it live. All right, guys. Do me a favor. Hit the like button while you're in here. When the bonds sell off, what does the SPY go down? A lot of reasons. Google's your friend. Next time, Twinkle, maybe. I have 2,000 shares short of the queue. Hey, good luck. Again, I'm not taking any big sizable positions ahead of these meetings, man. There's just too much risk in doing so. So we're not taking any big size ahead of these meetings. There's just too, or not, this isn't even a meeting. I'm sorry. We're not going to take any big size ahead of these. It's just too risky, unfortunately. We have the dollar index at 110.80s here, 110.80s. The SPY is at 375s. Again, looking at our votes here, most people are expecting worse than expected. So most people are expecting we come in worse than expected here. Again, most people are expecting we come in. We got almost 2,000 votes. 33% think we're going to come in below 7.9%, better than expected. 42% think we're going to come in worse than expected, over 8%. 42%. 25% think we're going to come in as expected. We got about 2,000 votes here on this poll. 2,000 votes. And a vote on the poll here, again, Tether at 98 cents. Yeah, today's going to be crazy, crazy. The jobs report is at 8:30 as well, sir. Again, jobs report is coming out at 8:30. Again, expectations are for 1.75 million. 1.75 million. Tether hit 97.5 cents for a split second. Again, the last CPI report, we came in at 8.2%, which was better than the previous time, but worse than expected for the last CPI report. So again, better than the previous one, but worse than expected for the last one. Hey, what's up, Matthew? Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, what we try to do here is we just try to put everything out there for free. Like, we don't claim to be experts here. I don't act like a guru. I kind of give everything away for free. I don't claim to be an expert. I don't charge a penny for anything either. We just kind of put everything out there for free without claiming to be an expert. And we're just, like I said, a lot of people are like, oh, you're good or bad at day trading. It's like, we're not a day trading stream here. Like, we day trade, but we also swing trade. We invest. Like, we do a little bit of everything. In the end, we're just a resource and community for traders here. You know, resource and community. So, you know, love you.
Are you gonna use your AirPods today?
Yeah. Sorry. Love you. Have a good day. John, personally, I take positions right before big data and put extremely tight stop loss. The potential profit if data creates a favorable big move is crazy versus the potential loss. Why don't you? Because I think you get wicked out too easily. You know, I think a lot of the times in these data releases, we get big upward moves and big downward moves. And so in that regard, they're just too swingy. They chop you out of your stop losses too easily, in my opinion. But again, it's all subjective preference, really, here. So good luck. Hey, what's up, Triv? Sentiment is bearish. It is hard not to be in this market. Yeah, definitely sentiment is bearish, for sure. Do you think crypto will go up if the result is good? Yeah, for sure. I mean, crypto will go up. Everything will go up if the result comes in lower than expected. If CPI comes in better than expected, lower than expected, everything should theoretically go up in that regard. But at the same time, the crypto market, I wouldn't really call business as usual right now in crypto. The crypto market's kind of weird right now. And so, you know. All right, guys. So again, SPY broke over 375. Here's the SPY. Again, we're over 375s now. And again, if we look at the market here, the lows of the last year are right at 348s. So the lows of the last year are right at 348s. And so that's something to watch, something to pay attention to for sure. You know, let's see if we get some good data, but that's something to watch for sure. We're at 374.13s here, 374.13s. Yeah, what's up, Wesley? No, Liz. So CPI comes out at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. So it is now 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So again, if we look at the timer here, which we do have, 29 minutes until the data comes out. 29 minutes. My average price in Disney currently is 88.50s. Hey, all good, Justice. What's the minimum CPI data we get? Well, there's no minimum or maximum. We all go by expectational numbers here. So again, expectational numbers right now are for 8.9, anywhere between 7.9 and 8%. We don't know how we're going to react. We don't know what the market's going to do. Right now is 8 a.m. The numbers come out in about 28 minutes. So again, data drops sometime soon, but it's still got about a half an hour. You can watch it right here, Corey. Where can we watch the CPI announcement live? Right here. It's not going to be it's not a press conference. The CPI report is not a press conference. It's data that's released. We're going to cover it as soon as it drops, literally within seconds of it dropping. We're going to tell you the number. We're going to watch the stock market reaction. You'll be able to see it and get it, pretty fast. Again, anybody, you can ask anybody. This is what we do here: is we cover this data as soon as it comes out, literally as soon as it drops. We'll get it. Crypto is rebounding. I see Tether starting to come back. It's still depegged from $1. But it's at 98.5 cents, starting to rebound. And I genuinely hope it does. I genuinely hope it does. Now, if it will, we'll see. But I truly hope I truly hope that we're gonna bounce back. Yeah, all good, Corey. Here's the SPY. Here's the dollar index. We'll zoom in a little bit at request of everybody. Yeah, there is no news conference. It's just data that's released at 8:30. Again, I'll put the procedure up here so people can understand kind of what's going on. All right. So again, every 6 weeks, the Fed meets to determine whether they want to raise or lower rates. That's every 6 weeks, right? If inflation's bad, they raise rates aggressively. Right now, inflation's bad. They've been raising rates aggressively for the last while, to be honest. This last Fed meeting, they said 75 basis points, which is conventionally very aggressive. And, they also had some very hawkish, or, when you hear hawkish, it means contractionary monetary policy. When you hear dovish, it means expanding monetary policy tone. Now, Jerome Powell also said some very hawkish things during the last FOMC press conference. And again, that's every 6 weeks. Every month, once a month, they release inflationary data. They release CPI data. And so today is the day they release the data for last month, right? So they release it once a month. The data now is going to be from last month. So today's data is going to be for October's CPI, if that makes sense, right? And so, again, last time we came in at 8.2%. They expected 8%. This time we're expecting the same thing. We're expecting 8.8%, 7.9% in some places. And, hopefully lower is good, higher is worse, right? So if we come in lower than expected, that'll evoke a positive response in markets. If we come in higher than expected, that'll very quickly evoke a negative response in markets. Dollar index will have an inverse correlation to the market. And so if you see the SPY run, or if you get good data, which is lower than expected, the dollar index or the Dixie, the DXY will go down. If you get higher than expected inflationary numbers, then the Dixie will go up and the market will go down. And so again, that's the nuance of it. We'll see what happens. And again, what I am doing here is I am staying flat ahead of this. Again, this is a very risky thing to trade. The only justifiable positions I think you could take maybe, and again, I'm certainly not recommending you do this. Again, I'm going to put up the don't sue me emojis in chat. I'm certainly not recommending you do this. Don't sue me. But the only justifiable trade positions I think you could take regarding these press conferences are like you can take big out the money options. You can take far outside the money options and hope for a big polarized move in one specific direction. That could work fine. But again, there's just a lot of risk, okay? Because we don't know number one what this is going to show. We also don't know number two what the market is going to do from it. The market's weird. It's sometimes nonsensical. So sometimes we can have conventionally good or bad things, and the market does the opposite. And so we truly don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Y'all be careful. 8 would be considered good right now, Reaper. It'd be considered as expected. Again, conventionally, 8% is high, but it's not relative to convention right now. It's relative to expectations, and 8% is as expected. So I think we come in 7.9 or 8%. I think the market will probably go up. We don't know for sure, but I think the market will probably go up in that regard. If we come in higher than that, the market will probably go down. We come in lower than that, the market will almost certainly go up. Neo earnings are already out, Aki. And so Neo numbers are already out. We posted these numbers earlier. Neo posted these numbers here. We'll put them up on chat. Hey, thank you, Liz. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is certainly not financial advice. Again, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Don't sue me. I might be wildly wrong about everything I say here. Don't sue me. You know, again, my channel's called Beginner Trading. Not because I'm a beginner. I probably traded more than your favorite expert traders or whatever they call themselves. I've been trading every day for 5+ years. But I have no idea what the market's going to do. Always make your own assessment and trade responsibly. I might be wildly wrong about everything I say here. And y'all be careful. You know, smart traders don't gamble on economic data is the best way to put it. Right? So smart traders don't take big polarized positions ahead of this stuff because frankly, a lot of the time it's a coin flip. You don't know unless you got insider info, which most people don't, of course. At best, it's a coin flip. And you can see the SPY broke over volume weighted average price. That's good. The dollar index is kind of sideways right now. What is your general advice for a trading beginner? Trade very small, paper trade, and trade small when you use real money. Trade small until you show profits. You know, if you can make $5, $10 a day in the market, you can make 100 or 1,000. You just got to scale up your size. Most new traders, they rush into it very, very quickly. You know, most penny stock courses are nonsense. Again, penny stock gurus are usually living off the courses they sell and not actual penny stock trading. A lot of them are manipulating markets, pumping up stuff to their following and then selling into them and causing like mini penny stock crashes. And so if you look at them, they're going to sell you a dream. Most trading content is publicly available for free. You don't have to buy it. You can find it on Google or YouTube for free. It's not something that you need to pay for. And so you should never spend $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 on a course. It's just not necessary. It's something that a lot of new traders get talked into doing, and it's just unnecessary. I don't know if Kronos is in danger. I really don't know. What's your thought on trading futures? We trade futures every day. Futures are the easiest way to get around the PDT rule. There's no PDT restrictions in futures. You can essentially trade the S&P 500. If you look at the E-mini here on the right, you can essentially trade the S&P 500 in the futures market with no PDT restrictions. And this is the same price action as the SPY. It's literally the S&P 500. Most broad market stocks react to the S&P 500. And so you can trade that in futures with no PDT restrictions. I'm sponsored by Top Step. They are a sponsor of mine. They're a funded account program for futures. Most legitimate one in the world. They fund thousands a year, pay out millions of dollars a year. And what they do is they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules and conditions, and they fund you between 50 up to 150,000 with a 90% split. Again, regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And I think they're really good for getting your feet wet in the futures market. You know, you're going to have some pressure on you to succeed. So they're going to give you a demo. And some demo accounts, to be honest, cost 100, 150 bucks. And so you could get the Top Step base package for 130 something if you use my link. And it's just a lot cheaper to try that out. I think a lot of people are going to try out these funded account programs in futures and lose and then give it up. And I think that's great because I think a lot of people instead are going to put up 10,000 themselves and risk that and lose thousands of dollars in futures. And it's a lot cheaper to try a funded account program, get your feet wet without too much risk than it is to put up thousands yourself. But again, of course, I'm certainly biased in their favor because they're a sponsor of mine. If you want to check them out, there's the link in chat. Hey, buddy. Love you, man. Have a good day at school, bud. You feeling okay today, dude? All right, bud. Not the best. What do you mean? You still tired? Yeah, my son's had the flu, guys. All right, buddy. I love you, man. Are you feeling okay, though? All right, buddy. You stuck in here? You can't open that door? There you go. All right, buddy. I love you, man. All right. All right, guys. SPY up to VWAP. It's at 375. You see the E-mini on the right. We can also look at the dollar index here. Hey, thank you, Mark. Yeah, my kid had the flu. He's been home from school the last couple of days. He's finally going back. My daughter had the flu a few weeks ago, and she was out for like a week straight, too. So the flu's going around. It was flu type A. Anyway, SPY moving up. It's up to 375s. Dollar index at 110s. Again, we got 20 minutes before the data comes out, about 20. Yeah, that's right, Trev. Hey, thank you for the support, guys. Appreciate the kind words. SPY at 375s. Oh, the countdown clock's right here. My bad, guys. Right, for sure, Rodney. 100%, man. All right, guys. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. About 18 minutes, really. Again, the Tether coin just went up back up to 99 cents here. Again, SPY up to 375.20s. We got the Dixie at 110.80s. 110.80s. Yeah, so hopefully Tether gets back there. I hope it does. All right, guys, we still got 20 minutes here. All right, guys, dollar index is falling down ahead of this. Market's starting to pump up. All right, market's starting to pump up. Again, CPI today, guys. Big data release. Big data release. Again, SPY up to 375s here. We got the Dixie at 110.70s here. The Dixie at 110.70s. Starting to fall down some. We got 15 minutes. Hey, thank you, Liz. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, for sure. Hey, guys, look at the SPY rip up. It's at 375s here. 375s. Look at the SPY pop here at 375.50s here. Dollar index is starting to drop here. This is great. Hopefully it continues down. We're at 375.50s. So at 8:30, guys, so in 15 minutes, right around 16, 17 minutes, we have, this is the data that's being released, okay? In 15 minutes, we have CPI report dropping. So CPI comes out. So inflationary data. We've got core CPI, which is consumer price index, so consumer inflation excluding food and energy prices, which is an important metric to understand. We also have, we have CPI, which is consumer inflation. Biggest metric by far today. We also have jobless claims data, so unemployment data as well. So we got CPI, which is consumer prices, and unemployment data all dropping today in about 15 minutes, 16 minutes to be exact. And so again, we'll see what happens. That is the data coming out today. Again, jobless claims numbers higher than expected is going to be interpreted as positive right now. Lower than expected is going to be interpreted as negative right now. And so again, higher inflation, worse, obviously. Higher jobless claims, better right now in markets. So again, we want lower CPI. Lower number is good. Again, expectations are 8%. If you see less than 8%, that's good. If you see 8%, that's good. You see 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and so forth and so on, that's bad. That's going to be interpreted as negative. That's going to be higher than expected prices right now for consumers. Not what we want. Again, we want lower expected inflation. We want lower than expected inflation. Expectations are for 7.9 to 8%. Again, according to Bloomberg, they're expecting 8%. We got different numbers by different analysts, but 8% is seen as the middle number right now. It's the expected number. And again, we want lower than expected numbers. Yeah, it's been a crazy couple days, to be honest, guys. It's been an absolutely ridiculous few days. It truly has, man. This market lately has been obscenely crazy, to be honest, right now. We've had elections. We've had the crypto crash from the FTX insolvency. We've had Tether getting depegged, only just now starting to get back, which is great for Tether. We've got CPI getting released. We've got AMC and a bunch of other big earnings that came in worse than expected here. Again, it's just been a weird time, and we don't even have CPI yet. CPI today will broadly influence everything. I hope it comes in at 7.7 triv. I don't think it will, but I hope it does. Yeah, and again, for all those joining the stream today, we cover this every month. Every month we cover this. We not only cover this, but we cover PPI, which is producer inflation, which is the other side of inflation. Again, right now it's CPI, it's consumer inflation, it's buyer inflation. PPI is seller inflation. What the Fed actually uses during their rate hike decisions is actually PCE deflator and PPI. So they use seller and PCE data a lot of the time to get their rate hike decision stuff. Again, but we cover all the major economic data. We also stream all the big earnings reports and calls live so you can watch them. Again, my job is to give people this data for free. I put this all out there for free. I don't charge a penny for any of it. We don't sell a course. I don't even claim to be an expert. You know, we just kind of put this information out there for free. So if you appreciate it, subscribe. We'd certainly appreciate it. 6.5 would cause chaos in a good way. In a good way. Again, SPY at 375.50s. Here we got the Dixie up to 110s. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's been a weird time, man. We had it's been a weird time. Hey, thank you, Full. Thank you, Liz. Yeah. 13 minutes, guys. 13 minutes. Honestly, this is gonna be crazy. Let's see if we get something good. I don't know. I bought Disney, and again, I have a luxury that a lot of people don't have with my Disney trade. Okay. So I'm holding Disney right now. But again, I have a luxury that a lot of people don't have. The luxury that I have is that I've got a large account with a lot of equity, and I can sit on Disney for years if I need to. All right, that's a luxury that a lot of other people do not have. It's not make or break it for me. I think Disney long-term is obviously going to go up from where it's at now in the 80s. But to what degree and at what point is it going to go up, I have no idea. And so I can sit on this as long as I need to, you know. And so I certainly don't want people to copy me. That's a luxury that most people do not have. They simply do not have that luxury. Most people need the equity they're using. They don't want to get locked up in Disney for years. And again, I have the luxury to sit on my 100 plus shares of Disney for as long as I need to. Because I think one of the big edges you get from large blue chip companies is that long-term, they're going to go up. Most of them, if you play it right. It can't be mid-caps. Mid-caps are risky. Large blue chip companies, Amazon, Google, Disney, Apple, these companies are going to go up long-term, almost certainly. And so in that regard, I can sit on Disney as long as I need to. My average is at right around 88s. 12 minutes, guys. Hey, what's up, John? Yeah, I hope they do 7.9%. Hey, thank you, Full. I appreciate it. Hey, thank you, Vic. Everybody should be on your channel for these releases. Your data is instantaneous and clear. Thank you, Bud. Hey, thank you, Vic. I appreciate you. 8.5% is really bad. Faisal, if we come in at 8.5%, that's going to be massive drops in markets. Massive drops. Yeah, Disney owns everything. I mean, Disney owns Star Wars, Marvel. A bunch of Star Wars stuff is going to be coming out of the next year, and I think when it does, it's going to evoke a positive response in Disney. And so in that regard, I'm buying Disney right now. But again, I'm a big Disney swing trader. Again, if we look at my Disney trades here, like I have made money on Disney a lot over the past couple months. And so because of that, I'm very biased in their favor, I think. Some Steak says, hey, yo, I just came from a brutal couple days in crypto. Yeah, the crypto market has been chaos last few days, man. And honestly, I called what was going on right now. Like, I told people what was going to happen here. I made a post over 24 hours ago. I made a post regarding crypto right now. And what I said was that everybody poking fun at Sam in FTX must not understand how much this is going to hurt crypto. I'm pretty flat in everything until a bull run starts. But for those holding it, it's probably going to get worse when Binance backs out of the, quote, non-binding deal. And, of course, after I said that, hours later, CZ backed out of the non-binding deal. A non-binding deal doesn't mean anything. And, of course, since then, Bitcoin has tanked. Tether has been depegged. It's now finally starting to get back up, which is a great sign. But, yeah, it's just been chaotic. Dollar index falling down some and the SPY bouncing up. We got 10 minutes. 10 minutes exactly, guys. Hey, thank you, San. Hey, I love you guys too. I appreciate the support. I really do appreciate this community. We got a great group of traders here. A great group of traders, to be honest. So I appreciate you all, for sure. Yeah, 100% tech. I tend to agree. Tech said good opportunity in people in the U.S. to accumulate. 100%. Again, you have to think about it in long term, right? But the people that lose the most during crashes are people that sell. The people that lose the most during crashes are people that sell. I'm not telling people to buy right now. I'm definitely not. But I'm buying personally. If we get drops here, if we go down to the lows of the year, I'm buying up stuff. And I think time can heal a lot of wounds in the stock market. And so I have time on my hands. I don't need this money today. I don't need this money right now. I can sit on long-term blue chip companies and make my money long-term. And I think that's a huge edge that a lot of people miss and don't understand in stocks. Hey, thank you, Dave. Hey, thank you, External. Long FTT. Hey, thank you, guys. Yeah, if we crash today, I'll probably start buying up stuff. Hey, guys, less than 10 minutes. Good luck, man. Again, be sure, if you're watching the stream, guys, be sure to hit the live button. Again, the live button will catch you completely back up to chat. Hit the live button if you haven't already. It'll catch you completely back up to chat. And so if you have not already, hit the live button. Make sure you're live. The data drops in 8 minutes. You can watch CPI right here. We're going to cover it as soon as it drops in 8 minutes. Y'all be careful. All right, guys, we got almost 3,000 people here. CPI's dropping soon here, man. Tether looks like it's starting to bounce back. Yeah, if that's the case. There is no press conference today, guys. Again, to put it into perspective, do you live a quarter at a time? I live my life one rate hike at a time. Every 6 weeks at a time, I live my life. Where's Vin Diesel at? SPY up to 375s. Again, we'll see if we actually hold. I live my life one CPI drop at a time. But no. Let's see what we get. Tether starting to move back up. Will the market crash? It depends on what we show. We come in higher than expected. It might. I don't know. The next Fed talk is mid to late December. The last one was early November. So the last one was almost exactly a week ago. Again, they raised rates 75 basis points and had an aggressive rate hike and a hawkish tone during the actual press conference. The CPI report doesn't have a press conference, though, just to put it in perspective. We don't actually get a press conference here. We don't know what it's going to come in. Nobody does. Nobody knows what we're going to show up as here, guys. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Okay, we got about 3,000 people here. So if you have not already, guys, I truly appreciate it. Hit the subscribe button. We certainly appreciate you all. Data comes out soon. Let's get something good here. All right, guys. About 6 minutes left, team. 6 minutes left. You got the timer on the screen. You guys can see exactly when it comes out. Are y'all ready? Are your hearts beating yet? Again, we're going to cover the data as soon as it comes out. Literally as soon as it drops. SPY dipping down a little bit. Again, we got to look at the dollar index here too. So I'm going to put this up. We're going to zoom into the dollar index here to watch this during the actual release. Again, 5 minutes. $8.1. I think if we get anything under 8.1%, I think the responses are going to be super negative. But again, I really have no idea. So again, I think anything under 8.1% is going to be seen as positive. Again, I think 8% is good. 7.9% is good. 7.8% is obviously good. Again, anything over 8.1% is going to be interpreted as bad. 8.1% is going to be technically higher than expected. So that might be interpreted as negative as well here. So again, we're kind of in that realm where, we need to be last couple reports. So the last few months, CPI report has been worse than expected. Last time it was actually better than the previous one, but worse than expected here. And so again, we got 4 minutes. What we want is lower numbers here. We want lower numbers. We want higher jobless claims and lower numbers for CPI. That's what we want. Again, guys, we got about 3,500 people here. Almost getting up there. Hey, what's up, Bob? 8.1% CPI data, 7.8%. I hope so. Again, if the CPI came in at 7.8, the market would already be moving up. 8.1% Tsla. Hey, I hope you're wrong, and I hope we come in at 8% or lower than that. But we'll see. Nobody knows. Again, 3.5 minutes. Why so much with the CPI? What do you mean? CPI report's the biggest market catalyst we have here. You know, like I said, we got 3,500 people here. It's the biggest news we get. So again, we'll see. Again, a lot of craziness right now. This is going to be, everybody's kind of watching this, to be honest, right now. I hope we come in at 8% or better, but I'm not sure what we're going to show. I hope we come in at 8%. But again, you don't really know what we're going to show. I hope it's at 8, but we'll see. I hope it's at 8%, 7.9, 7.8. Anything around there would be seen as good. Again, anything over 8% is going to be interpreted as negative, I think. Dollar index has been moving down, though. Again, the SPY moving down to the volume-weighted average price. We got 3 minutes or less, guys. 3 minutes or less. Core CPI is CPI excluding food and energy. It's a relevant metric. We're going to be watching that as well. Expectations for that are for core CPI is expected to come in at 0.5% month over month and 6.5% year over year. Jobless claims is expected to come in at 1.475 million. Again, initial claims expected to come in at 220K. We want to see higher than expected jobless claims. But all right, guys, 2.5 minutes. Be ready here, team. Be ready. ETH on the move down. Yeah, man. Crypto market's chaotic right now. All right, we had about 4,000 people here. Less than 2 minutes. Or no, about 2 minutes. A little bit over 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're going to trade live at the opening bell like we always do. We trade live every day. We trade a 30,000, 120K TOS account as well as the futures market on Top Step. All right, guys, less than a minute now. Less than a minute. Yeah, we'll report Renoir. Don't worry. We're going to report everything as soon as it drops, right? We're going to report all of this data as soon as it comes out. So we're going to report core CPI, CPI, jobless claims numbers, initial claims, all that stuff as soon as it comes out. So don't worry. I mean, there might be a few second wait period, but we're gonna get it as soon as it drops. SPY starting to move up. We get a minute and a half left, guys. 1.5 minutes left. All right, guys. Minute and a half left. Here we go. Again, y'all do me a favor, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. We cover all this data every month as soon as it drops. Let's do it. Over 4,000 people here. Again, subscribe if you have not yet. Let's see if we can break our record. Our record's, I think, 4,500 or 4,400. So we're right around that now. We got less than a minute left. We're right at 4,400 right now. Again, here we go. Less than a minute. Less than a minute. All right, we're at 4,500. I think we just broke our record from last time. 45 seconds. Market's starting to get some big range candles here. Again, expectations are for 8%, 7.9% in some places. Yeah, we're going to cover the data. Market's starting to fall here. We got 30 seconds here, guys. 30 seconds. Be ready. $20 seconds. 15 seconds. Be ready, guys. 10 seconds. All right, guys, here we go. All right, here we go, guys. Market flying up here. Market flying up. All right, continuing claims came in at 1.493 million. Waiting for CPI. It's not showing up yet. Waiting for CPI. Market is flying up right now. Flying up right now. Huge rips in market. Again, Bloomberg is late. Market is flying up on the good jobless claims data. CPI is not out yet. 7.7%. 7.7% CPI year over year. 7.7%. Market is flying up, guys. 7.7%. Market is ripping up huge. Dollar index is crashing down. 7.7%, guys, is what it showed up as. Month over month core CPI came in at 0.3%. 0.3%. Initial claims came in higher than expected, which is interpreted as positive at 225K. 7.7%, guys, for yearly CPI. Market is flying up here. Flying up 7.7%, much better than the 8% expectational numbers here. Noticeably better. Core CPI came in lower than expected as well at 6.3%. 6.3%. Monthly core CPI came in at 0.3%. Monthly CPI basic came in at 0.4%. Everything came in lower than expected for CPI. Again, 7.7%, guys. 7.7%. Wow, man. Market is flying up. This is great for markets here, man. Market is flying up here. Wow. We're going to put it up on screen. 7.7% year over year. Great numbers here. Great numbers. CPI month over month came in at 0.3%, which was much better than expected as well. Crazy good numbers here, guys. Wow. Or 0.4% CPI month over month. I'm sorry. We're putting all this data up on screen. Bear with me. We're going to put this one up so you guys can see it, but way better than expected data. Continuing claims came in a little bit better than expected as well. We'll put that up on screen too. Wow, so noticeably better than expected numbers here, guys. I'm sure my Disney trade is looking great right now, and it is. Awesome. U.S. government, so again, core CPI year over year is here as well. Wow, man, amazing market activity right now. That's crazy. We're going to put all this data up on screen, guys, so you guys can see the core data. Core data came in lower than expected as well. This is actually effectively our largest stream we've ever done as well. We had over 5,000 people here, so that's amazing. CPI year over year came in at 7% versus 8% expected. Again, we're going to put we're going to list everything right now, but again, better than expected for every metric we have here. Lower than expected, higher than expected jobless claims too. That's amazing. Huge green day in markets. Huge green day in markets. That's great. Market flying up at 387's dollar index just crashed down essentially here. Just crashed down. It was time we had a positive CPI report, man. It was time. 7.7% is amazing here too. It's something the market truly needed right now with all the craziness going on. Again, 7.7% is what we needed. The last 2 or 3 CPI reports, we've come in worse than expected here. Worse than expected. Yeah, I'm not shorting the market right now. Hey, what's up, Chris? Hey. Yeah, let's get a Christmas pump, a holiday pump. I hope we do. SPY up to 383.50s. Yeah, y'all do me a favor. Hit the subscribe button here. We cover all this data as soon as it comes out. We actually cover it a little bit faster than we covered it today. It was a little bit slower today. The data we got was a little bit slower. But that's okay. Honestly, great news in markets. SPY ripping up to 384s here. But that's crazy, man. Hey, thank you, Kelvin. Again, y'all hit that subscribe button. We are going to be trading live at the opening bell like we always do here. We are going to be trading live at the opening bell as we always do. Again, stick around. We will trade at the opening bell live. Yeah, we're going to report this to our Twitter as well. But man, market's pumping up even more here, guys. This is great. Kind of crazy how positive the market was. Hey, all good. Yeah, this is great news. Again, the people that want the market to go down, even if you're shorting it, I mean, listen, I want the market to go up. When the market goes down, people suffer, and I don't want that. You know, I don't have any long-term shorts in market activity. I think trying to predict the stock market crash is going to be a losing endeavor. Every year I see bears saying, oh, the market's going to crash, the market's going to crash. Very rarely does it actually crash, you know. And so to this degree, we are very happy that the market came in positive. Did Bitcoin just hit 20K again? I hope it did, man. Again, this is great for Bitcoin too. This is great for all equities. No, Bitcoin's up to 17 though. So that's good. Bitcoin up to 17.3s. SPY up to 384.50s. Yeah, I want the market to go up. I don't want to see people suffer. Again, people, I think what happens, like people in the market, they get really cocky about it, right? And they think that they're going to be the next Michael Burry. But again, very rarely are they. You know what I mean? Very rarely are you the next Michael Burry. Market's breaking highs again. SPY just ripped up to 385.30s. Yeah, 100%. Traders need to be flexible and not marry their beliefs. 100% agree. 100% agree. Market is flying up here, man. Wow. Amazing for markets right now. And again, if you haven't already, check out TopStep. TopStep is a funded account program for futures. And so they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules and conditions, then they fund you. They are the most legitimate funded account program in the world. They pay out millions and millions of dollars every year to their funded traders. They fund thousands of traders a year. All right, so if you look at this is the easiest way to trade these big economic releases. You can trade these in the E-mini in the futures market. If you look at the E-mini on the right, it's the same price action. You can see it's the exact same thing on the right that you see on the left, which is the SPY or the S&P 500. But you can trade this right S&P 500 here with no PDT rule. There's no PDT in futures. You could day trade. You could short. You could trade these big echo releases with no PDT restrictions. And TopStep is the most legitimate one in the world. The base one's only $165 a month. If you can hit $3,000 in profit without losing over $2,000 total or $1,000 per day, which is a very reasonable ratio, they fund you $50K if you pass both phases. They fund you $50K with a 90% split. You take that $50K, you make $10K, you keep $9,000, they keep $1,000 since they're funding you that money. Again, the most legitimate funded account program in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands and thousands of traders a year. And so if you want to check them out, great way to help support your boy here and support this channel, and a great way to get around the PDT rule if you didn't know already. Again, they are a sponsor of mine. I'll put this link up, and I'll also pin it to the top of the page if you want to check it out. And yeah, markets flying up. This is great. Great news for markets here. Great news for markets. Again, we're going to end this poll, which has thousands and thousands of votes on it already. But yeah, we're going to pin it to the top of the page if you want to check it out. You can also find it in the description. But we're going to end this poll, which has thousands of votes already, guys. Thousands of votes. Let me pop this out. And again, you can see the see who was right. Looks like the Bears were wrong today on the poll. The Bears were wrong. Again, we had about 4.2 thousand votes. Most people bet over. Very few people bet below 7.9%. And again, we're going to do another poll. And the poll is going to ask, does the market continue up today? Does the market continue up today after the better than expected CPI report? There's the link. There's the poll. Vote on it right now. You can see it's in the blue poll on chat. Dude, I just made a grand. I love your content. Really appreciate you. Hey, thank you, Mitz. I appreciate you. That Todd guy that told you so claimed he took a huge Dow short yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Hopefully he cut it before then. Hey, thank you, Ricky. Hey, congrats to all the people making money. Congrats. Again, this is great news for markets. Great news for markets. We're not going to get another CPI report until December. And we also don't have another Fed meeting until mid to late December. So by all intents and purposes, this is great for the market. That means that the market's going to sit on positive data for a month plus, which is great news. This is great news. Hey, thank you, Donnie. Thanks, John, for your guidance. I was a wrong bear. I admit it. This channel is king. Hey, thank you, Steak. Bitcoin not moving. Bitcoin's moving up. Bitcoin's up to 17K. It certainly moved up. Here's Bitcoin right here. Right? So there's Bitcoin. And another one of our sponsors is Chart Prime. It's actually a really cool service on TradingView. And on TradingView, you can use stocks, crypto, futures. Like my favorite one is looking at their candlestick patterns. Like, look at this. This is a really cool tool. They are a sponsor of mine. Put it out there. They are a sponsor of mine, but just a really cool tool. So if you look at this here, the candlestick identifier, like you can use it with Bitcoin, you can use it with crypto, and it's actually really accurate in predicting tops and bottoms. Like, look at this, right? So again, here's Bitcoin. If you look at double bear candles, like bearish engulfing, bearish hammer candle, look at the drops we get after that. The same thing here, bearish engulfing, drops. And you can keep using this, and it's actually surprisingly accurate just in terms of predicting downward momentum short term. You could also put this up here, which is called the Market Oracle. And this will automatically document support or resistance. You can see how correct this thing was, too. You can put it on like the SPY right now, which is flying up. Let me put this up. And again, very accurate in predicting tops and bottoms. As you could probably see here, like bottom, top, bottom, top. But this thing automatically documents support or resistance. And it also has a predictive algorithm that helps you determine if it's going to go up or down. And so again, possible reversal down, drop, possible reversal down, and bearish engulfing with two mixed together, which is my favorite. Drop, possible reversal up, bounce. And you can use this time and time again in crypto, stocks, futures. It's called Chart Prime. It's a trading view indicator service. Again, they're a sponsor of mine as well. And if you want to get 20% off of them, I'll post this link in chat. You can also find both of these links in the description. There's the chat right there. There's the link right there. Again, we try not to plug anything for the first few hours of the stream until after the data comes out, because we try to keep everything free, because we are like a free resource and community. But just like the radio is free, we have commercials occasionally, but there's no paywalls behind our content. Like, it's all free. But yeah, if you want to help support us, there's the link. When you read the report, shelter fuel increase. What predominantly went down was food at home. Good. But market's still looking at positive reactions here. Hey, all good, Frank. Hey, thank you, Mark. Yeah, this is a fun day, man. Really interesting day. Better than expected CPI report is what we want here. It's truly what we want. I mean, we don't want to see the market in turmoil here. The dollar index is also falling down dramatically, which is great. Again, the dollar index is so far extended over the last year. It's just too extended on the upside. Like, look at the dollar index over the last year. So it's great that we're seeing it dip down to 109s and 109.20s. This is amazing. This is what we want. And again, that means we're going to sit on this for at least another month in terms of rate hikes and CPI reports. So that means we're going to sit on this data for at least another month. We're not going to have another CPI report until a month from now. And we're not going to have a Fed meeting for over a month from now until mid to late December. In terms of rate hike decision, Fed meetings, I mean. So again, this is great to sit on for the holiday months. Hopefully the market continues ripping up. Again, we did buy Disney. Hopefully that trade turns out well if it continues. Hey, John, thanks for making me a better trader. Hey, all good, John. Thank you all for being here. Any update on Tesla? Well, I'm sure Tesla's doing okay in all this. Yeah, Tesla ripped up to 186.70s now. Apple flew up. So here's Tesla on the right. Tesla at 186.50s, 186.50s for Tesla on the right. We have, Apple popping up. Apple's at 140s. Disney's up to 88s, 88 plus. SPY starting to creep back up even more here. AMD chip stocks doing well. Again, Bitcoin ripping up too. So that's good. Even AMC is reacting positively to this. So this is all pretty good. Hey, thank you, Buen. Hey, what's up, Ride? I hope we get a Christmas rally, brother. I hope we do. Not always solstice. Again, I think in terms of extension here, right? So if we look at like the Q, I think in terms of extension, and the Q's doing really good. I think in terms of extension, the Q and tech and stocks are pretty extended on the downside here, right? So I think everything's pretty extended on the downside. I think it was time for a bounce. Things don't go down forever. People don't want the market to crash, and so betting that the market going to crash, like I said, every year for the last 5 years that I've been trading every day in the markets, every year we've had like a bunch of people saying, the market's going to crash this year. If you look at trending keywords for the last few years, every year, 2018 market crash, 2019 market crash, 2020 market crash, 2021 market crash, 2022 market crash. Every year people try to predict the market's going to crash, and every year they've been wrong. We might drop some, but we very rarely crash. Like, it's very difficult to predict market crashes. I think, again, I call it the Michael Burry effect, right? Everybody wants to be Michael Burry. Very few people are. Q, SPY ripping up big. I'm looking at a yearly chart, Jacob. Yeah, that's right. And again, really, this doesn't. I do agree with a lot of people in terms of like this doesn't mean too much yet. What matters is we hold, you know. But what this does mean is that we're not crashing right now. I think, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, everybody wants to be the Wolf of Wall Street. Everybody wants to be Michael Burry. Very few people are. And again, I hope you, even if you're bearish in chat. Again, I'm not really a bear. I'm cautiously optimistic because I want to see the market do well. But even if you're bearish, it's all love here. I hope you guys like. We get some bears that are just really kind of like weird. Like they call people names. They insult people if they're wrong or whatever it is. And so if you're bearish in the chat, it's all love here. It doesn't matter to me. You know, we could all be right or wrong sometimes. It's all a game here in the market, and you know, I wish you guys the best. What does it mean is we're going to short squeeze? No, the market's not going to short squeeze. Well, crypto crashed for sure, but I'm not talking about crypto. I'm talking about stocks. Crypto is a different story. Crypto 100% crashed. I mean, it depends on what you call it. But crypto definitely crashed. But I'm not referencing crypto, really. I'm not talking about crypto. When I say market crash, I'm not talking about crypto. I'm talking about stocks, equities, specifically. How will the energy sector move today? I don't know. Look at Exxon. Exxon's going up. It's at the 111s. Again, I mean, people are saying, hey, energy and food prices went up. Energy and food did not. Energy and food, core CPI, which is, yeah, I guess y'all are right. But basic CPI came in higher than expected, or lower than expected. I mean, core CPI is excluding energy and food. That was lower than expected as well. Again, that came in at 0.4 versus 0.6. And core CPI year over year came in at 6.3 versus 6.5, and that's excluding energy and food. We also had jobless claims come in higher than expected too. So jobless claims came in higher than expected. Continuing claims came in higher than expected. So that's all good. The Q is, so tech is actually doing a little bit better than the SPY here right now. So the tech is doing a little bit better than the S&P. Disney's starting to rip back up too. So we're now green on our Disney trade. Yeah, everything's going to be up. Most investment vehicles are going to be up right now. CPI is so volatile and influential over movement. I don't deal in stocks much. Do you see a pump at the open due to good CPI numbers? I really don't know what we're going to do at the opening bell. Nobody really does. Nobody really knows what we're going to get at the opening bell. The opening bell is incredibly volatile. So, I mean, the opening bell is incredibly random, volatile, and difficult to predict. People might be right or wrong about specific examples, but being consistently right about the opening direction, excluding maybe extension analysis, is usually just a coin flip. Nobody really knows. What we're looking at right now is we've had a positive CPI report. We had better than expected inflationary data. Markets obviously pumping up pretty big on this data. The market's moving up pretty strong right now. And so the only thing we can really look at is, does the market hold the gains that we've made from CPI? And I really have no idea. Nobody does. I can guess. I hope it does. I think we'll probably pull back a little bit at least from where we are now, just in terms of psychological movement. But like I said, I genuinely don't know what we're going to get right now. I don't know if we're doing good. I don't know if we're going to keep this up is what I mean. You know, it really depends. Yeah, I hope we do. Again, I'm cautiously optimistic, but again, I'm not saying we're going to go up. I really have no idea. What's your favorite stock? I trade the E-mini and the SPY, mostly. E-mini, SPY trading. All right, market dipping down a little bit. Q dipping down. Yeah, exactly. I hope for the best, but I really truly have no idea what we're gonna get. No idea. Nobody else does either, though. You know what I mean? Hey guys, we have we could hit 92,000 subscribers today, guys. So listen, if you're at home and you're like, man, should I subscribe to this dude? Everything we drop is free. Like we have sponsors or like commercials. We usually do a commercial about once every hour. We do about on average. We do a commercial maybe 4 times per 4-hour stream. But with that, we drop the data as soon as it comes out. We cover all the major economic activity. It's not just day trading, but we do day trade at the opening bell. We also swing trade and invest. And for our swing trades lately, we've been very correct. We've only had 2 losing swing trades lately. And they've been pretty effective. Out of maybe like 8 or 9, we've only had 2 losses. We bought Snapchat at high 7s, low 8s, rode it up to almost 10. We bought Disney at 91.60s, rode it up to 101s and sold, and then bought it again. Our entry now is about 88 something. We swing trade, we invest, we cover all the big economic activity. So jobless claims, PPI, PCE, CPI, obviously. We cover, all the Fed meetings. So we stream them all live. So you'll be able to watch them, like the Fed minutes report, all that good stuff. We stream it all live so you guys can see exactly what's going on in economics. And we cover it all for free right here. Again, I think a lot of people in this space try to sell people courses. And services themselves. But like my big mentality and ideology here is that I'd rather just put it out there for free. I'd rather just be a free resource where people can go to it and there's not going to be any paywalls behind content. There's not going to be buy this course. It's all going to be free. And so if you appreciate that, subscribe. I certainly appreciate you all. And let's keep growing. Hey, thank you, some steak. Hey, we try. Yeah, I get it, G. But, again, we can be cautiously optimistic. Hey, thank you, Claude. Do the major markets get halted if they move more than 5% a day? I think it's 7%, 7.5%, I think, right? What's the S&P halt? I think it's 7.5 or 7%. Somebody in chat. Yeah, 7%, 13%, and 20% is when the S&P 500 gets halted. And it's only specifically to drops. If it drops 7%, it gets halted. If it drops 13%, it gets halted again. If it drops 20%, it's closed for the day. I'm pretty sure is how it goes. But it's only on the downside. All right, guys. Disney pumping up as well. Q on the right. The dollar index is breaking down nicely here, too. Dollar index all the way down to 109s. Let's see if it breaks under 109s. That would be amazing for equities. Hey, thank you, Dave. Hey, thank you, Sin. So many people convinced the market goes to zero. That's a ludicrous thing. Unless you're talking about crypto market, I still think that's unlikely, but it's a little bit more reasonable. Again, I still think it's unlikely. I saw some people predicting that the equities market was going to go to zero, and that's just silly, man. Like these people that have been trading and creating content for years and years saying the equities market is going to go to zero. Like, come on now, man. Like, that's just a ludicrous and absolutely ridiculous thing to expect. And to put that out there and make other people fear and doom and gloom and all that stuff is just silly. There's no chance the equity market goes to zero. None. If it did, we'd have a lot bigger problems than being right on YouTube. That's for sure. The whole world would be in turmoil if the equities market went to zero. If the Dixie goes down, inflation goes up. Not true. If inflation goes up, the Dixie goes up with it. If inflation goes down, as you guys can see, the Dixie goes down with it. So they have a positive correlation between the dollar index and then the inflation expectations. That's silly, Scott. Again, crypto's a different story. I certainly don't think it's going to go to zero, but I think the odds are a little bit higher. It's just it's been around for less time. Like that's a newer market. Oh, I hope future inflation goes to zero. I'm a believer that those that sell courses aren't good traders. Their money comes from subscriptions. I mean, I make money doing this. Like, I don't want to be self-righteous. Like, I certainly make money doing this. We make very good money doing this. you know, just to put it out there. But I mean, we provide a service, and I mean, you know, again, the only people that get mad at, I'm not against all courses, but it needs to be somebody that actually knows what they're talking about. The problem in trading is you got a bunch of 18-year-olds with braces trying to sell courses, acting like they're freaking market experts. And again, the problem is that it's predatory, and they prey on young people as well. Like, young people relate to young people more. The problem is that an 18-year-old simply does not have the life experience to understand the market like that. You know, they might understand the market, but they don't have the experience in the market to truly get it. Not mature experience. Like, when you mature, there's different things happen, and you can see things from a little bit more objective, clearer lids. And you know, the problem now is, like, you got a bunch of 18-year-olds being predatory, selling people courses on publicly available content for thousands of dollars, and you got a bunch of new naive traders that eat it up, and they just spend thousands on it. And then it's kind of like confirmation bias is so strong. Like, you know, they spend $6,000 on a course. You know, again, confirmation bias is strong. If I spend $6K on a course, I don't care what that course says. It could be one sentence, and I'm going to say, man, that's the best course ever. Misery loves company. So it's like, oh, that's the best course ever. This is the greatest guru ever. He's the greatest mentor ever. You know, confirmation bias is strong. But dollar index just dipped under 109s for a second here. Under 109s. Yeah, for sure, Damien, 100%. Inflation went down relative to expectations, as well as relative to last time as well. Last time we showed up at 8.2%. This time we came in at 7.7%. Expectations were for 8.2%, or no, expectations were for 8%. So we came in at 0.3% lower than expectations, which is great. It's evoking a very positive response in markets. We also came in much lower than last time, by about 0.5% lower than last time. Right, 100%. Swap, 100%. Yeah, for sure, Mark. I've been doing this for years now. Last year I started trading futures, and I still don't know what I'm doing, but this month I'm up 3.6K. Still don't know anything, 100%. Like I said, if you look at my Twitter page says I have no idea what I'm doing. Trading, I'm a huge trading wimp as well. I really am a huge trading wimp. Market's starting to break up, though, testing that 387 high. Let's see if we can get over $400. That would be fun if we do. No, I think those numbers are great, Ninja. Again, jobless claims numbers are causing the market to go up as well. You know, again, higher than expected. Right now in this market, less people working has been interpreted as positive, because it means less free spending that's out there, right? The more people that are working, the worse inflation is going to get, if that makes sense, right? Because the more people working, the more free spending there's out there, and in turn, the more people that are buying up stuff, and the higher prices will ultimately be. At least that's the logic of the stock market. Again, I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's the logic of the stock market. At the same time, the same thing is said where we have less people working, higher jobless claims numbers. A lot of the market is going to interpret that as positive right now, because it's going to mean less free spending out there, which in turn means lower inflation. So that's probably helping the market go up with it as well. Again, every metric I saw today was better than expected in terms of inflationary metrics today. Jobless claims numbers higher than expected, which is going to be interpreted as positive. CPI, core CPI, month over month, year over year, all lower than expected, which is better. You know, so again, very positive for markets, I think. Also, y'all check out Beach Bum's channel here. I see Beach Bum in here. He's in here every day. He's got some great swing trading content. I'll consider it a favor if you go sub to Beach Bum's channel. It's youtube.com/beachbumtrading. There's the link. Check it out. How many stocks do you trade? Do you keep it to a few? Yeah, I don't trade penny stocks at all. I think penny stocks are predatory as well for a lot of people. You might be able to make money day trading penny stocks, but like in terms of investing, I never invest in pennies. Most of the time, like I trade about 30K, 120K in buying power on Thinkorswim. So this account you see here, like right here, is my Thinkorswim account. It's got, like I said, it's got about 30,000 in it, give or take. Usually anything over 30K I withdraw. But I also trade futures. And so I mostly trade like the SPY, the Q, sometimes like Apple, Disney, you know, is what I usually trade. Blue chips mostly. For futures, I trade like the E-mini, the micro E-mini, the NASDAQ 100, the micro NASDAQ 100, and that's it. So basically, I'm trading the S&P 500 markets and the NASDAQ 100 markets. Yeah, CPI was much lower, Jim, than expected. 7.7% on 8% expectations. All right, guys, SPY up to 386. And I think this was actually our largest stream we've ever done. We had like 5,400 people here. So thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. That's amazing. We're almost back up to 92K already, man. That's crazy. Yeah, we are going to be trading today, guys, so y'all be ready. And market's slowly creeping up here. You can kind of see higher lows. Low, 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 low. So we do have higher lows here. The volume weighted average price is pretty noticeably below us, though. So I'd like to see volume follow us up a little bit more. Dollar index looking very, very, very weak. Look at the dollar index just tank here. So huge dollar index drops. 108.70s right now. So big dollar index drops. Top 3 subscribers in the world right now. Yeah, I'm definitely the best trader ever right now. You know, top 3 for sure. If you're a member, you can put up your top 3s in chat. We appreciate it. I got my dog Rosie. There she is. All right, guys, Disney is ramping up big here. Again, we're still holding a piece of this. I'll probably end up taking some off. Hey, what's up, David? All good. Hey, thank you, Nita. Yeah, good. I want to see the dollar index drop. We need it. Hey, thank you, Armand. Thank you, brother. The self-employed home trader count as employed? Well, it depends on if you make money from it. Yeah, all good, Beach. It's a good thing, Griffin. So again, the dollar index is really extended because of high inflation. The higher the dollar index is, the worse inflationary problems people are going to interpret it as. And so in that regard, like, we want to see the dollar index fall, and the dollar index usually has an inverse correlation with the market itself. So again, you can kind of see here's the SPY on the left, which is the S&P 500 index. And again, you can see we had a very positive reaction on lower inflationary data. With that, you can see the dollar index on the right, and we had an inverse effect. It was negatively correlated here, where we had better than expected inflation data, lower than expected, and the dollar index fell. So dollar index is going to have a positive correlation with better CPI, if that makes sense, or a negative correlation with markets and CPI. Or I'm sorry. The dollar index is going to have a positive correlation with CPI, if that makes sense, and a negative correlation with equities, crypto, stocks. I have no idea whether you should buy or not. OPD, no idea, brother. No idea, man. Nice, Steven. Yeah, but I have no idea. Again, people ask me, should I buy this? Should I buy that? I really have no idea. I'm not an investment professional. No idea what anything will do. Might have no idea what I'm talking about. Please don't spam though, man. Okay, we're gonna put you in timeout since you keep asking the same thing over and over and over and over again. I have no idea whether you should buy or not. Big drop coming. I don't know. I hope not. Now is the disbelief phase. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of bears don't want to believe that we're at where we're at. A lot of people, but what I've noticed is like bears specifically get really, really polarized, so they get really, really big, really, really big traders bared against the market. Again, everybody wants to be Michael Burry, but in the end, I think the market has changed some, Are we going to break 92,000 subscribers today? We might. We're getting pretty close. Well, most stocks are going to be in the green. All right, so we are making really nice money from our Disney trade. We're going to end up cutting some of this off for Disney here. We'll take 50 off of this, so lock in profit. Sit on the rest. Up about 260 on the day, give or take. You might take another 10 off. We're going to take another 10 off here. Try to get filled right around there. All right, there we go. We just took another 10 off. So not bad. Yeah, so you can see my P&L on the day right now on TOS. We are up. It looked like it gave me a bad fill, but it actually didn't. If you look at my P&L on the day, we are up about 300. So we actually got a really nice fill there on Disney. I don't know why it acted like we didn't. It's kind of weird. It showed up at the wrong spot, but not bad. We'll take it. Again, our swing trades have been on point lately. Well, relation with that market is going to depend. To a certain extent, the U.S. market affects lots of other markets, a high percentage of other markets, to be honest. But to what degree we're going to affect those markets, I'm not sure. So again, to what degree are we going to impact those markets? I really don't know. Disney's still pumping up. This is Thinkorswim right here. 89.30s for Disney. What Tether do? Last time I looked at Tether. Let's take a look at Tether here. Is Tether still depegged? Tether's almost back up. It's at 99.5s. So Tether's starting to come back some, which is good. That's what we want. So that's great news. Good for crypto generally. SPY up to 386.40s. Again, we got about 20 minutes until the opening bell. We are going to be streaming live at the open. Disney's ripping up here, man. Again, Disney's flying up right now. It's at almost it's at 89.50s right now. So we're gonna start to unload more into this strength. We'll take another 10 off. Took another 10 off. I'll probably take another 15 off up here too. Actually, I'm gonna sit on this and let my last little 40 shares work for me a little bit more, I think. Yeah, later, SJ. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking some profit. Again, anytime I'm up decent in any position, I usually take some profit. My big mentality is like, I'm going to lock in some profit. That way, if it does turn against me, I'm still protected. And so that's kind of what I'm doing here, where it's like, if it turns against me, I'm still going to be fine now because I've taken so much profit on it. I'm up hundreds on it with only 40 shares left, right? So I'll be fine no matter what happens with Disney now. Even if Disney just turns fast, I'll be fine. But you know, I still think it'll probably move up. I'll probably look to take the rest off at maybe $100 a share on Disney, give or take. But I have no idea if it's going to hit that. We'll see. Disney at 89.50s. Disney still pumping up. Disney up to 89.60s here. Again, we're sitting on it. What do you guys think? SPY testing highs up there too. So the SPY's moving up nicely as well with it. Let's see if it keeps moving. All right, guys, 13 minutes. Still got 1,500 people here, so we appreciate the love. Thank you, Constantine. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Becoming a member, you can now use these, what some would call majestic. You know, I don't know how I would label them. I guess I would label them as majestic. But for this, you can now use what we call these majestic emojis, which if you want to check them out, they're right here. All right, Disney pumping up, about to hit $90 a share. I'm torn on one hand. I feel like at market open there will be a massive sell-off. On the other hand, when the market opens, there might be traders buying more from CPI. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I think we're up a lot though. So I think even if we pull back some, we're still probably going to hold green for today. But who knows? Maybe not. We could turn. Disney's flying up right now, and we're holding that too. So happy with that currently. Yeah, Graham. I mean, that's cool. You can predict that. Again, a lot of people predicted that before the CPI, and you see what we got now. All right, Disney pumped all the way up to 89.90, finally dipping down a little bit again. We mostly scaled out of this already. I'll take one more piece off here just to lock it in before the open, and then we'll sit on the rest. Hey, but yeah, thank you, Constantine, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, for sure, Adam. Either way, it's good to see inflation numbers dropping. 100%. 100% agree. I think we need that. I think we need these numbers to come down for sure. All right, guys, we're going to get ready to trade today. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really looking at what people voted. I guess we should. So we got about 1,800 votes. Does the market continue up today after the better than expected CPI report? 70% think yes. So, I mean, that's good. Showing some positive sentiment here. So hopefully we get some continuations in all this craziness right now. We're going to get ready to trade today, guys. So y'all be ready. Got that in. Waiting for this to log in here. There we go. All right, getting ready to trade the crypto futures market. And again, we are going to be day trading on Top Step today. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. They give you a demo, and if you can hit their target on their demo while following their rules and conditions, then they fund you between 50 up to 150,000 with a 90% split once you're funded. The most legitimate funded program in the world, in my opinion, right now. They pay out millions of dollars in withdrawals from their funded traders every year. They fund thousands of traders a year. So if you want to check them out, you can find the link in the description. They are a sponsor of mine. Higher jobless claims numbers is going to be interpreted as better for sure right now in this market too. Yeah, we're going to put this inflationary data on the bottom of the screen here so you guys can see it. There we go. I don't really have a play. I'm just going to wait to react. I'm pretty sure you can, Craig. Not 100% sure, though. Again, I'm certainly biased. They are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor, of course. Market's looking good, though. You can see the S&P 500 ramping up today, too. Still got 12 minutes left, though. 12 minutes, team. All right, we're at 3,800s for the Micro E-mini. Market's testing the high of this range here. I think we got to document this high now. So we recently broke highs. We're kind of right at that level now, testing it over and over again. Do you think the market is going to correct when it opens, or is it going to keep going up? I really have no idea. No idea what the market's going to do. I hope it goes up, but really no idea. I mean, we can trade pre-market. Most people, I ended up scaling out of my Disney trade in pre-market. Bitcoin looks weak. CPI versus expected was 7.7 versus 8% expected. Yeah, pawns on it right there. CPI went down relative to last time. It went down 0.5%. The last time was 8.2%. It showed up as it showed up at 7.7% this time. So it was 0.5% better than expected. Or it was 0.5%, I'm sorry, better than last time. It was 0.3% better than expected. I think so the stock market is open tomorrow, but the bond and post office are closed. Bond market is closed tomorrow. Guys, market's still testing these highs. Does anybody know if the futures market is open tomorrow? I think it is, but I think the bond market is closed. Disney testing highs again at 89.70s. Again, we're up a little bit under 300 on the day. Market opens up in about 9 minutes. Hey, thank you, Mark. Every time I see you, I think Juice World. But yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate the support, man. Hey, what's up, Tiny? Yeah, CPI's out. It came in lower than expected at 7.7% versus 8% expected, 8.2% last time. So it came in noticeably better. The market flew up. SPY's up to 387s from 374s. S&P 500 is up to almost 4K at about 3,900 right now. Breaking highs just now recently. Again, the S&P 500 just broke highs again. Bonds and banks are closed. All right, team. Crazy couple days here, man. Market opens up in 8 minutes. Again, y'all be sure to join our Discord. We got a completely free Discord with thousands of people there. So if you haven't checked it out, here's the link. Yeah, market's flying up, Tiny, for sure. All right, guys, Disney up to 89.60s. SPY just ripped over the previous high of the day where we drew it. We'll see if we continue to hold that level here. Again, we're going to let things play out at the opening bell. We're not going to jump into any big sizable positions ahead of time. All right, guys, market is still pumping up. Again, the S&P 500 is right around 3,900. It's a little bit under that, but testing it now. Disney moving up. SPY at 387.70s. The S&P 500 right now is, or the E-mini, which is the mini S&P 500, is testing 3,900 right now. So big green action here. Again, guys, micro E-mini up to 3,900s right now, 3,900s. buy the dip if there's one on open. I don't know. I'm not going to say yes or no. Does anyone has anyone ever seen anything like this? Like what? CPI went down, guys, which is good. It means lower pricing. That's what we want. That's evoked a very positive response. CPI came in at 0.5% lower than last time and 0.3% better than expected. Again, expectations for CPI came in, we're at 8%. If you see the bottom of the screen, we came in at 7.7 versus 8%. Core CPI year over year came in at 6.3 versus 6.5%. Month over month core CPI for October came in at 0.3 versus 0.5%. So everything was lower than expected. That's all being interpreted as positive. That means better for inflationary problems. Lower inflation is good, guys. Lower inflation is good. So lower numbers are better in CPI reports. And that's what we got. Our opening bell's in about 3.5 minutes. Or 4 minutes. Yeah, y'all check out Pawn's post in the Discord. Is it the first lower than expected CPI print? I believe so. It's the first one in a while for sure. Hey, thank you, X. Any comment on Cardano? I think the whole crypto market's vulnerable right now is the best word I think I could use to describe it. SPY still pumping up. E-mini just broke highs again. SPY just broke highs again at 387.90s on the SPY, testing 388s. E-mini up to almost 3,900. And this is what the market needed after yesterday too. We got 3 minutes, guys. Okay, so Flashpoint says, so how do I interpret this? Okay, so the way you interpret it is inflation is up 8%, or inflation is up 7.7% on the year. Okay, so yes, it is up 7.7% this year, but relative to last time, it's down 0.3%, or it's down 0.5% relative to last time. And it's less than the 8% expectations by about 0.3%. In terms of a monthly expectation, they were expecting 0.5% month over month, and it only showed up at 0.4% increase. And so, yeah, that's basically what it is. So it's up on month over month, but it's better than expected. It's less than expected, if that makes sense. Jim Cramer warns that growth stocks could see, quote, more horror after CPI data release. And of course, NASDAQ is up 4%. NASDAQ futures up 4%. It's honestly crazy how, like, the inverse Cramer ETF is surprisingly accurate, bro. It's honestly crazy, to be honest. It's interesting. John, how come you're not trading? Because I'm not really much of a pre-market trader. I'm waiting for the opening bell, which is in about a minute. Less than a minute, really. Correct, Flash. That's correct. Kramer saving the market, betting against it. Hey, you love to see it. All right, guys, here we go. SPY just broke highs at 388.10s. S&P 500 E-mini up to 38.94 right now. Oh, y'all hit the subscribe button. I'd never pressure you to, but we do this live for free every day, so do it now or I'll hate you forever. Subscribe. We appreciate it. Help us hit 92,000. All right, opening bells right now, guys. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Let's hopefully make some money today. Disney just broke highs. All right, here's the market open. Ding, ding, ding. There's the bell. All right, guys, so here's the opening bell. SPY pushing up a little bit at the opening bell. Disney flying up with it. Again, let's see if it holds. We trade stocks, crypto, futures, everything really. Only thing we don't really trade very often is options. Really, we don't trade options a ton, but we still trade them. Just not regularly. But we trade futures and stocks every day. Again, we're in Disney right now. It might take a little bit more off at the open, but I'm gonna let it try to run. You know what? I'm gonna take another 10 shares off of Disney. All right, so we just took another 10. In TOS right now, we're up about $300 on the day. Again, E-mini ripping up. I'm gonna let a few minutes pass, let the market stabilize first. Disney up to over 90s. Market's starting to turn down a little bit. Again, we are kind of extended, I would say, on the upside here. So we might correct a little bit at the open, but maybe not. I don't know. The market just broke lows. Looks weak. But again, we're gonna let things stabilize first. We're not gonna jump in anything yet. Hey, nice, Zeb. Congrats, man. All right, market just broke lows. I mean, why are you trading futures? Better liquidity. I mean, I'm sponsored by Top Step, number one, but also just because, I mean, I should be trading futures anyway. I can use my buying power in stocks to do other stuff, you know. All right, market's starting to pop up again. Again, we're going to let things stabilize first. S&P 500 up to 3,800s. So again, we're going to let things stabilize. We do have a bear pattern in the SPY, so we might reject here. But again, we're going to let things play out first. We do a little bit of both. Britain. So we trade regular E-mini and micros as well. All right, guys. So again, we had an initial drop in the S&P 500 SPY. Kind of consolidating now, though. Yeah, we trade free live every day, Dallas. Every day we trade live. Yeah, I mean, my Disney trade was at, right now my average is 86s. And we've already scaled out of most of it. We had over 100 shares. We have 20 shares left. And so, like, we're not going to, you know, and really I just cut a little bit more. We got 10 shares left. I'm already up so much, hundreds in this trade. Again, if you look at my P&L on the day, this is my actual P&L right now on TOS. And so Disney is right here. Just in the day, we're up 262. So just a very green trade on Disney. So regardless of what happens, we're going to be fine. But we're also kind of taking some off to get rid of risk. I tried to warn you guys, big red candle. I mean, Dean, man, listen. The market is up this much, bro. You know what I mean? Like, unless we do something like this, which is incredibly unlikely, we're going to end the day green. The opening bell, like, this candle is so infinitesimally small that it doesn't mean anything, brother. You know, you might be right. I'm not saying you're wrong here, but this right here is nothing. You know, I get it. People want to be right, but until we get like major breakdowns, like under 385s or 380s, like that's when the problem is going to start. So you might be right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I guess what I'm saying is it's too early to say I told you so. Yeah, we'll see if it goes down. Again, we've already scaled out of almost all of our Disney trade that we made money on, and we're just waiting to day trade. So I really don't have a bias here. You know, I guess I want to see the market go up, but this is too small to really bet. Like, you know, like again, downward trend. We're still over volume weighted average price though. So VWAP's way down here. And so we're still well over that until we start breaking down under the volume weighted average price. And I do think if we have some extension, I think it's on the downside. Just because we're up so much from the CPI report. Like, we're up huge from the CPI report. So if there is extension, I think it's on the downside. Or I think it's, if there is extension, it's on the upside. I mean, the momentum is on the downside is what I meant to say. But with that said, like, we're up so much that, like, this is just a little blip. This doesn't mean anything yet. Like, we could reverse this in a minute, which we're kind of starting to, you know. All right, guys, SPY starting to reverse back up. Again, we're at 387.20s right now, 387.20s. What about ETH? No idea about ETH, man. Whole crypto market's in turmoil. I really don't know. Again, we're kind of sitting back. We're letting things play out first. Again, a lot of people romanticize the open, but the open is very volatile, risky, and spontaneous. And so because of that, we're going to let things play out a little bit first before we really take any size. Looks like me scaling out of Disney was the right move. We ended up cutting that. We're still up 270 on the day. And I can hold my last little bit. All right, mostly getting consolidation at the open. We dropped some, but, you know, again, we can look at this range right here for the opening range breakout. We have this low, this high. And so here's the opening range right here. Now we'll see if we can break out of that. We'll give it time to see. A nice TK. But again, we're still well over VWAP here. Like, here's the volume weighted average price. We're still well over that. Starting to test VWAP now. And again, a lot of the time when we open up really extended over the volume weighted average price like this, a lot of the time we're going to get at least a correction, tap VWAP, and then head back up. That happens a ton. And so in that regard, like, we'll give it time to see if we do that or not, and we'll wait. I don't really like taking any positions in any direction until we get over under the VWAP. Now, if we break underneath the volume weighted average price, we'll start shorting. Yeah, that's what I trade, Ride. Hey, thank you, Mark. All right, again, kind of breaking down a little bit, but it's kind of a small downward trend so far. We don't really have anything yet. Again, VWAP's way down here. Got to let a trend play out. All right, now this is a big make or break it level. The VWAP on the SPY right now is right around here. That's right around the VWAP on the SPY. Maybe a little bit underneath that. Maybe like right here, actually. VWAP on the SPY is right around here. So we'll see if we test that level or not. We're right around it now. Well, I mean, I think you got to look at extension, Dean, in this scenario. Like, I wouldn't call it a scam. Like, CPI came in really optimistic relative to expectations. I think what we have to look for is, like, when we have something like this, right? A lot of the time, you got to think about, like, traders' perspectives, okay? So, like, everybody that rode this big move up right here. So, like, everybody that rode this whole move up right here, that got in way down here and rode this entire big move up, right? They're taking profit at the opening bell because that's going to be the most liquid part of the day. Right, so they're going to be taking profit at the opening bell. And what happens when you get a group of traders taking profit? You get drops, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean weakness. That just means people are going to start taking profit at the open because they've made so much on the big move up that they're going to start taking profit. Now, it doesn't mean we're not going to keep dropping, though. But again, a lot of the opening 5, 10, 15 minutes is profit taking, you know, and that's how you have to interpret the first 5, 10 minutes. It's just people who are riding the gap ups, the gap downs is profit taking. And so, again, we're still over the volume weighted average price. We still have some time. And it might look something like this where we drop and then we do a red to green move, rebound, hold support, and then continue up. Like that happens a lot. Or it might be something where we get a breakdown under VWAP, reject, and continue going down. Either one of those is possible. But I think we're still a little bit too early to tell. Well, it depends on what equity you're looking at, Tariq. All right, so we're starting to test the VWAP on the SPY here. This is when we might actually start seeing some weakness. So again, here's the VWAP on the SPY right around there. We're kind of testing that area now. Again, so we just tapped it. You can see we tapped that level here. All right, again, we're right at that level here, guys. We're right at that level. Tapping it. All right, so again, we're consolidating right at that level here. Letting things play out. Again, we bounced right off of the level we talked about. Patient wins the race here. Patience wins the race, I mean. Yeah, so. Bouncing back up right at the VWAP area. All right, so we did bounce right at the volume weighted average price. S&P 500 starting to bounce back some too. Now again, we'll see if it actually holds. That's a completely different story. All right, so we are rebounding right at the volume weighted average price, like we said. Sometimes we pull back to that level when you just kind of correct. So again, this is why we let things stabilize first. All right, so pop it back up here. Again, we're letting things stabilize. We got a nice little opening range that we can wait to break now. All right, so we're popping up. We're pulling a red to green move like we suggested here, guys. A lot of the time we get a red to green move at the opening bell, just like this, which is downward price action from people unloading profits and, bearish action at the opening bell, and then a reversal, a break of previous highs, and a move back up. It's called a red to green move. It happens a ton in markets. And again, it's usually sparked by profit taking from big upward moves, and then we get drops from profit taking, and then we can get continuations up. Again, I'm not necessarily saying that's exactly what's happening here. We're still a little bit too early to tell. We're kind of neutral at this point in time. But again, this is why we talked about it, is because it's still a little bit too early to tell where we're going, and we got to let just kind of things play out here first. Again, patiently waiting here. All right, so popping up some more. All right, guys, starting to rebound back up here in markets. Again, pulling a red to green move. SPY still neutral. S&P 500 starting to creep. Again, we still got to wait. There's not really much edge. We're neutral right now. We got to wait. Because it's actually following, David, the S&P 500, right? So the VWAP is going to be noticeably lower because it's following the S&P 500, which price action is just a little bit different, is what it is. All right, guys, market's still testing highs. We haven't broken highs yet. Testing it now, though. All right, so testing highs here. So we are testing highs here. Again, we'll see if we continue this. Not quite broken it yet on the SPY, but the S&P 500 did break it here. And so we're going to start to move up. We can watch this previous level here and use that as the top of the range and let it play out first. But starting to look okay. You don't really have too much super good action yet, so we're still kind of just having to sit back and wait. right, we're testing highs here. We are testing highs. We'll start to get into a little position on a dip right now. 2 contracts. We'll plan to add down to 388s. I'm going to be patient with this. Finally getting pullbacks that we can add into here. All right, we'll add a couple more if we can right here at 388. There's 3 contracts. And then look to get a bounce. If we go, oof, brutal drop fast here, unfortunately. Let's see if we get a pop back up, but definitely not the drop we wanted. And this is signifying a neutral trend if it doesn't break back over 388 fast. Yeah, we're going to have to cut that. So down 125 on our first trade. Again, trying to scale up and be a little bit more patient, but we're getting such a sideways trend right now that just not really getting too much action to capitalize on. We have to really wait for this range to break at this point in time, and that's why we might get something like that. Like we dip down, we break highs, and then we continue, might be something. But again, we really have to wait for the range to break because we're pretty choppy since the open. No, this is the futures market. This is the futures market, guys. So what this is Top Step Futures. What they do is they give you a demo. If you can hit their target on the demo while following their rules, they fund you. It's the easiest way to get around the PDT rule. I'm essentially day trading the S&P 500 right now. And so in that regard, a lot of people gravitate to like penny stocks when they're day trading. But the futures market is actually much easier to day trade. There's no PDT restrictions in futures, and you can essentially trade the market, the S&P 500 in the futures market. It's what's called the E-mini. If you want to try out Top Step, it's a good way to get your foot in the door. The base package is similar to a paper trading account cost, which is $130 something a month. But if you can hit their targets on it while following their rules, they fund you between $50,000 up to $150,000. And so it's kind of like a prop firm funded account program. They are a sponsor of mine, as you can see here at the bottom. But if you want to check them out, there's the link. I'm certainly biased in their favor, of course. And again, I still think we might get a pullback and a bounce here, but you can find out the link in chat. You can also find it pinned at the top of the page as well. Getting a nice little rebound. Like I said, I thought we might. We'll add into this now too. I think this bounce is very strong. So we have 3 contracts here. Scaling up my size a little bit if you haven't been able to tell. I think this is a really strong looking pattern as well. We got a test of the high of the day. We got to pull back towards it. So we got 3 contracts here, and hopefully we get some pivots back up fast. Yeah, very strong looking pattern here. As you can see, we're scaling up our size in this, taking a little bit longer term trades. About break even on this trade. There we go. That's nice. I'm going to give it time, though. I want to see it break these highs up here, so we're going to give this time. All right, just got out most of that, 2 of the contracts. We still got 1 contract left. Starting to tap and test highs. All right, we just got out the rest. Made about $50 there. So pretty close to break even. I mean, we're down less than 100 now. And we did get the high of the day break that we wanted. Hey, thank you, Adventure. I appreciate you. Thank you. Do you regret buying Disney? Why would I regret it? I made hundreds of dollars in Disney. Like, if you want to see my TOS account, I mean, I know people are going to try to act like I'm losing because Disney corrected some. Understand, I was in Disney from yesterday. Here's my P&L on TOS today. We are up $288 today on Thinkorswim. We scaled out of most of our Disney trade when Disney was at like almost $90 is what we did. Again, we did it live on stream. And so All right, so we're gonna jump back in this, take 2 contracts here. But yeah, we did it live on stream. We're up big on Disney today, like big. You know, by the time Disney started dropping, we had already scaled out of a majority. We had bought 100+ shares of Disney, and by the time we even started dropping at the open, we only had 20 shares left. We only have 10 shares left of Disney. We're still up big on it. Yeah, we're good, Tristan. You know, I'm just correcting them, you know. All right, we're kind of break even on these 2 contracts we got. We bought the dip after the break of highs. Kind of break even here and waiting for the move up if we get one. See if we can break highs again. If not, we'll cut it and just kind of wait. Yeah, you can. We trade live every day. All right, so there's the rebound that we wanted here. Again, we're going to give it time to break highs again, maybe add some more. I want to pull back depending on if we can get some green action here. S&P 500 is breaking highs. That should be good for me. Again, we're close to breaking highs. We got 1 contract here, or 2 contracts, I'm sorry. Finally starting to rip up towards highs. Popping up. I got out half there. Got out another half. Made about 20 on that trade. Kind of scalping green here. Yeah, we're only down about $66, give or take about $66 today. So still got some time to go green too. All right, ripping up even higher. Yeah, so we got that big upward trend. Again, guys, I'm not going to say we called this, but we definitely called this. We told you guys red to green move. I mean, we told you guys what would happen. We told you guys what we'd look for. We're still red on the day, but that's all right. We were actually correct about this red to green move. We had a lot of bears at the open on the little profit-taking dip that we got. And we have since retraced it, broke highs, and continued up just as we suggested we might. Unfortunately, we didn't actually capitalize on it, but, you know. We're just not going to talk about that. Still rip it up. A little bit too extended for me to buy into this, though. Does anyone know why Tesla options are so expensive? It's Tesla. They're always expensive, bro, to be honest. Every time I look at Tesla, their options are super high. Market's flying up. All right, so we're finally getting a little bit of a retracement candle here, but again, we got so much extension on the upside. Not quite confident enough to buy this dip. We dip down to this level here, we'll buy it, but we got to wait for that, I think. Sorry, let me mute my Discord real quick. Market's still pumping up. Over 390s right now, guys. Over 390s. A beautiful day in stocks. Yeah, all good. Adventure. Yeah, man. Tesla options are always expensive, though, brother. Probably because it's so volatile, is what I'm assuming. Hey guys, ripping up 390s right now, man. We're getting huge action. Again, subscribe if you haven't already, guys. Again, I'm not claiming to be an expert or a guru or anything like that. We're actually pretty close to hitting 92,000 subscribers already. I think this is one of the largest streams we've ever done as well. We had over 5,000 people here live when the CPI numbers dropped. So one of our largest streams ever. We're at 91.7 thousand. We only need 300 subs left. We still got about 900 people here, a little bit less. So, hey, subscribe if you haven't yet. We certainly appreciate it. We should break 92,000 this week, hopefully, sometime soon. Pushing towards 100K, guys. We're so close. We're so close. Again, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green candles in a row. My question is, how did the year over year go down? The year over year did not go down technically. Like, in terms of inflation, we're up on the year by far. We're up 8%. We're 7.7% now. But it's not about whether it went up or down. It's relative to expectations. And so inflation is up 7.7 on the year so far, when they expected it to be up 8% on the year. And so we're up less than expected, but still up on the year. Same thing with month over month. Month over month came in, I think, at 0.4% increase. So we're up month over month, but we're still less up than expected, if that makes sense, right? That's the nuance of it, if you understand that. All right, we're going to start to scale into a position here. 2 contracts on this dip. We'll scale down to 389s. 3 contracts. Four contracts. About break even here. Again, try to take some larger swings in futures. All right, about break even. Got to pop up. Slightly green. Again, we're going to give it time to rebound a little bit more here, though. There's CPI inflation data and there's jobless claims numbers, which are out today. All right, we're letting things consolidate, hoping it goes up more. There we go. We needed to hold up here, though. All right, we took half off, locked in some profit. Didn't get filled there. Okay, got filled on the rest. One more contract here. All right, so we just made another $40 or so. We're pretty close to break even on the day. Might buy this dip too if we get one, like a little dip here. Scale into maybe 3 or 4 contracts again. All right, we got 4 contracts there on the pullback. Tomorrow's Veterans Day. I don't think there's any data that comes out tomorrow. I don't think so, but I'm not 100%. All right, we're back up green here. Let's see if we can continue to rebound here. We added on this little pullback. See if we can skyrocket up some more. Hopefully. Slightly green here. Need a little bit larger move to really capitalize on this, though. We're about break even on this one. Really, I'm looking at that S&P 500 3,900 level, so we might pull back to retrace that or test that here. We're pretty close to cutting this, though. We start breaking down under the low of that candle. We're going to get out. There we go. That's better. I like this pattern. I think consolidation is healthy here. Gives us some room for another leg up, hopefully. What are they doing upstairs, man? I don't know if my wife is like cleaning up or something. I'm close to break even here. Again, I'm trying to be patient and let like a broader move happen here, which we're starting to, but I got to give it time. Again, got to break even here. Nice move. Took half off there. I want to give it time to really move up, though, so we might add on a pullback here if we can. 3 contracts. Give it real time to rip here like it is. Get a little bit better average to see if we fly up. I just got a nice little gain here. All right, so we're green on the day now. Catching these little bounces. Yeah, I'm not really going against the trend. I don't really trade under, like, my way of judging trend is using the volume weighted average price. If we're over the VWAP, I'm in an upward trend. If we're below VWAP, I'm in a downward trend. And so I just trade with the trend, right? Right now we're over VWAP, obviously in an upward short-term trend over the last 20 minutes or so. Market's going green. I never trade against the trend. So I actually agree with that. Scalping can be profitable. You just have to have discipline to do it. It depends on what you're doing. Again, I'm not really trading against the trend here, though. Again, we're slightly green on the day now. Is AMC going up? We're in AMC as well. Oh, nice, man. I didn't even see AMC today. That's great. Yeah, we're up really nice on Thinkorswim today. Yeah, we're up almost 300 now. So if you see our P&L, that was maybe a few minutes ago. We're probably going to break 300 in profit today on TOS. So we're up 296. That's our P&L today on our Thinkorswim account. Yeah, man. Yeah, Larry, crazy day today, bro. We're going to buy on this pullback in the market. 2 contracts. We're going to see if we can get some profit here. Maybe add down to this low right here. So like down to this level right there. All right. Just cut that. Made about 25 bucks quickly. But again, we're going long. We're trading with the trend, which is obviously an upward trend right now. Again, we are currently up about $35, $40 on the day. Very small day. Again, kind of slowly getting started. Trend trading. Are you being toxic over there, Sky? You know, first you say I'm trading against the trend, then I show you I'm not, then you pull up something else to criticize. You know? If you're not, you can correct me, you know. But if you are, I mean, listen, I've never seen you before. If you're out here just being negative, you probably got your own issues that you're upset about. Nothing to do with me. So cheers to you. So not looking for shorts anymore today. No, I was shorting when we broke lows, but really, I've mostly only traded long since the opening bell. I don't know if maybe I'm overestimating it, Sky, and if that's the case, my apologies. Like I said, let me scroll back up. Maybe I overreacted. Let me see. Maybe it wasn't you. Let me see. Maybe it was a different person. My bad. All good. Just locked in some profit on the Q, 5.5% up. Hey, all good, Sky. Yeah, no worries. All good. I appreciate it. What was the biggest win-loss in a single trade? Biggest loss in a single trade was on Uber. I was on a short position in Uber, and then California came out with some news that said that they were going to be suing Uber for something, and it skyrocketed down. Or maybe that's not it. Plummeted down on that news in a short position. I made thousands from it. I got really, really lucky though. All right, we're in 3 contracts of this. AMC just broke highs again up to 607. Looks good. What's the SPX doing? SPX is right around 3,900. I want to bet that it's going to bounce there. It's the only reason I took this position. Okay, good. As long as you're not hating, you're all good. Sky. Yeah, AMC's been moving up, man. And I'm trying to sit in this. We're about break even on the day. Not really any like big crazy trades. But we're about break even here. I want to see if the S&P 500 bounces at 3,900, which it might not be. And if it doesn't, we'll just cut this. But we're almost completely break even on the day, depending on what this trade does. And again, we are in the top step 150K combine. So luckily we had profits on the day, but it's small. Short squeeze season. Yeah, I mean, I'm in this trade. We had a little bit of profit on the day, so we're down like $50 right now or something small. Try to give it time to rebound because I think the S&P 500 is going to try to get back over 3,900, which it just did. There we go. Yeah, but a Star Wars movie hasn't come out in a while, and so overdone, I guess, is subjective. But I think over the next year we're going to announce a new Star Wars movie, and just the hype from that will probably propel Disney higher. We're going to wait and see if we get another dip and then add to this. We're about break even here on this trade. Green on the day still. All right, we're adding to this. All right, we got 5 contracts here. Trying to give it time to continue up. About break even now. We are all right, guys. So we're gonna do a trading view plug real quick. So if you haven't checked out Trading View, really cool, really cool indicator service. So let me put this up on screen. And we do use this for our trading here. So we do use Trading View a ton. If we pull up Chart Prime, Chart Prime is just incredibly powerful. Okay, so let's pull up like the SPY, which is kind of what we're trading here. So here's the SPY. This thing does a really good job at predicting tops and bottoms. Let's put the SPX up. The SPX up is probably a little bit better use of this, right? This thing does a really good job of predicting tops and bottoms. So like, let's scroll back here and you can see, if you look at this and time this right, bullish engulfing, we get a bounce. Bullish engulfing, we get a bounce. Bearish engulfing, we get drops. And so I love using just their indicator service in this way to predict tops and bottoms. That's the first way I use it. But if I put the screen up here, and I put up their market oracle, and this is a Trading View indicator service, right? If I put the screen up, I can use them to predict. They have a predictive algorithm that helps show me where tops and bottoms are. And if you can see how accurate it is, it actually can be really powerful here. So again, possible reversal down, drop, 2 bullish engulfing, double bottoms, bounce, possible reversal up, we get a bounce, possible reversal down, we get a drop. And you can keep using this possible reversal up, we get a bounce. It's not right every time, but it can just be really powerful in terms of trend identification and use. Again, it's called Chart Prime. You can use it in stocks, crypto, futures. Again, my favorite way to use them is simply using the candlestick identifier, because these candlesticks can just be powerful identifiers. Again, in terms of predicting tops and bottoms, it can just be really useful. If you want to check out Chart Prime, I'll post this link. Great way to help support your boy here. Again, also, you can check out the link on the screen. You can also check out Top Step if you haven't already. There's the link. A great way to help support your boy here is checking out Top Step. You can find that link in the description as well. We are going to be pivoting over to a crypto show right now, guys. So we're going to be talking about a lot of craziness that went on in crypto today. So we are going to be talking about crypto today. We are going to be talking about the FTX disaster in the crypto market and a lot of other stuff. Okay, so as soon as we close this stream, we're going to pivot over to that. And so again, y'all be ready. We are going to go over there now. And yeah, we'll see you guys over there. So we are going to go over to the crypto show. Listen, as soon as we end the stream, as soon as we close down the stream, we're immediately going to go to the crypto show, and it should redirect you to the crypto show. If you haven't subscribed, do so now. I appreciate it if you haven't already. But again, as soon as we pivot this over, it's going to go right to the crypto show. You won't have to go anywhere. If for whatever reason it doesn't, go to youtube.com/beginnercrypto. Here is the crypto channel link. Go to that channel. We'll see you guys over there. Good luck. Love you all. Have a safe day. Yeah, we do have a video. Check out our videos, sir. Recent videos. We have some videos on it. But yeah, we'll see you guys over there.